for the people still surviving the pressure. Still reading between the lines. Still asking questions. Questions. To the public, then market the cure. Turn pain into profit while the rich get secure. Whole system unstable, but they call it normal. Till the people get loud, now the headlines enormous. Hey, rent high, checks low, food prices jumping. Kids in debt before adulthood coming, and they wonder why the whole generation disrupted. When the truth too ugly, just to dress it up pretty. We don't trust the image, we study the pattern. Every speech sound polished, but the streets say it matter. If justice blind, why the poor feel targeted? Why the rich move reckless and avoid consequences? Look, they built districts crooked and called it political. Cut the school budgets down, but the prisons look beautiful. Every election cycle they rehearse being relatable, then disappear once the cameras ain't available. Healthcare tied to jobs, not survival employment. Miss one paycheck and the whole life get destroyed quick. Student loans stacking while wages stay tiny. CEOs break records while the workers move blindly. And the media addicted to trauma statistics. Term suffering Bible for audience retention. Everybody screaming but nobody listening. Too much performance and not enough intervention. See, they weaponize language to soften the pressure. Call it economic gaps instead of strategic neglect. Call it urban decay instead of disinvestment. Then blame the community surviving the conditions. That's psychological warfare. Smile in your face while they cutting healthcare. Tell you pull yourself up while they moving the staircase. Whole system gamed up, everybody can see it now. And every time the people speak up, they say we divisive, but silence never changed nothing. They sell fear to the public, they market to cure. Turn pain into profit while the rich get secure. Whole system unstable, but they call it normal. Till the people get loud, now the headlines enormous. Hey, rent high, checks low, food prices jumping. Kids in debt before adulthood coming, and they wonder why the whole generation disrupted. When the truth too ugly just to dress it up pretty. Look. Lobby gets right laws while the voters feel powerless. Corporations from both sides for strategic advantages. That's why every debate feels staged and theatrical. Too many empty promises, packages practical. And they keep us distracted with culture wars daily, while billion-dollar contracts move quietly shady. Tax breaks for the wealthy, budget cuts for the needy. Then they ask why the public don't trust them completely. No accountability, only damage control. Everybody playing roles, but the cracks starting to show. Teachers overwhelmed, mental health overloaded. Young people burnt out before life even started. And the algorithm flood the timeline with division. Outrage get rewarded more than critical thinking. Truth moves slow, but propaganda move instantly. Now misinformation spreading professionally. But the people evolving, it's the part they fear. More educated every single year. Now communities talking economics and policy instead of letting politicians shape reality. If freedom only work for certain demographics, that ain't freedom. If justice depend on your income bracket, that ain't justice. And if truth makes power uncomfortable, maybe power deserves questioning. We don't trust the image, we studied the pattern. Every speech sound polished, but the streets say it matter. If justice blind, why the poor feel targeted, while the rich move reckless then avoid consequences. No fear in the dialogue, no silence in the struggle. We turn pain into pressure, and pressure in the muscle. Hands, eyes open, mind sharp, heart focused. It's more than music, it's documentation. History never changed because people stayed comfortable. It changed because somebody finally said, enough, enough, enough. Ain't no more quiet now. Nah. Tell them run that back. I said, hands up, head high, 10 toes. They monetize pain while the truth get froze. Big talks online, but they hearts stay cold. Still fighting for rights that was promised long ago. Ooh. We ain't your silence, nah. We ain't your fear. Hey. Every time they shut a door, we appear. From the city to the globe, here the people get loud. You can bury one voice, but you can't stop the crowd. Yeah. I'm from the side where the pressure make diamonds, where mothers pray hard cause the system stay violent. Kids learn trauma before they learn signs. Politicians campaign while communities dying. Look, everybody tweeting, everybody streaming, everybody woke till the camera stop beaming. Truth don't trend when the money intervening. That's why the real ones exhausted and screaming. Big change, fake morals, podium capping. Whole lot of hashtags, ain't nobody action. Trying to sell the vision with celebrity distractions. Meanwhile, rights disappear through strategic reactions. Close schools, close polls, close cases. Still see hate written all on their faces. History repeating, just switching the phrases. Different decades, same games, new stages. And they wonder why the people don't trust. Every headline feel dangerous to us. Every promise turned dust, but we still rise up, 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 rise up. Hands up, head high, 10 toes. They monetize pain while the truth get froze. Big talks online, but their hearts stay cold. Still fighting for rights that was promised long ago. Hey, we ain't your silence, we ain't your fear. Every time they shut a door, we appear. From the city to the globe, here the people get loud. You could bury one voice, but you can't stop the crowd. Yeah. Now everybody playing God with the algorithms, programming narratives and calling it the system. Who decides truth? Who decides wisdom? If the future artificial, who protect the children? Too much rage in the timeline scrolling. Young minds vulnerable, anger overloading. Everybody radical when the fear keep growing and the world stay tense while the missiles stay loaded overseas. War drums, contracts get signed. Oil, power, money always hide behind pride. Poor folks pay while the billionaires glide. And the news turn trauma into primetime vibes. Talk peace with a smirk while the stocks go up. Tell the working class, hold on, but enough is enough. People tired, people broke, people fed up. Still they call us angry every time we stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Listen, it's bigger than left or right, bigger than red or blue. People just wanna live, people just wanna breathe, people just wanna matter. But every generation gotta drag justice uphill, while somebody profits off the chaos. That's the part they don't say out loud. Hands up, head high, 10 toes. True hit harder when the beat line rolls. Can't sell fear to a soul that knows. Power to the people, let the whole world know. We ain't your silence, we ain't your shame. If the people wake up, everything changed. From the city to the globe, hear the whole crowd roar. You can't dim light when the spirit want war. Rise up, even when they try to divide us. Rise up, even when the pressure find us. Yeah. Still here, still loud, still fighting love.
Hey y'all, what's up? What's up? What's up? It's your girl Golden, and we are back with another live, y'all. I told y'all yesterday we would be back today. We got some more political things to get into, so y'all know what it is. Y'all know what time it is. But it's about 12:37 p.m. here Eastern Time in the United States and the Carolinas. And again, yet another beautiful day. It's warm and sunny outside, so I'm in a good mood, y'all. I'm having a great day. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day also in whatever respectful time zones you are in. And I hope the weather is nice for y'all because y'all know that rain and that dreary weather is just, ugh, it just makes me want to sleep and watch movies, y'all, and just chill. But anyway, the sun is up. So that's got me going. I'm revved up today. And we are back with our political coverage today. And of course, we are here with none other than my girl Amani. She's with me as well. And y'all know Mama Warrior is always in the back. So let's go ahead and bring Imani up. How you doing, girl? You can go ahead and unmute. How's your day going? How's the weather there for you? And what is happening? And you can unmute whenever you're ready, girl.
Sorry, I missed that. How you doing?
Good, good, good. How you doing?
Yeah, good. It's warm today. Very warm today here. Good
Good.
weather. It's what time is it? It's 20 minutes before 6. Um
Okay.
a good day. It's been a quiet day. I've just been watching a few things this morning. I actually watched interestingly enough, I know there's a sort of love triangle going on, which uh, I viewed. I saw Cultivate with Kai's live, and I think I saw a bit of Magic's live, and I saw Ralph's breakdown on it, which was really interesting actually. He did that. I think he did it yesterday. So I watched it this morning, and I think it was a very interesting take on the the players and the characters and what's really going on around this. Yeah, it was definitely very interesting. I would advise people to go and actually watch that because it was a good breakdown of what's going on. But you know, it's not something we're reporting on, so we don't have to get involved. But yeah, apart from that, it's been a quiet one, and also I wanted to try and watch the Michael Jackson movie
Oh, yeah.
and the Carbon Nation stuff. So yeah, I think I'm going to try and watch that over the next couple of days. But I haven't really looked at what we well, I've looked at what we're doing because I can see from the breakdown you sent me. But what have we got in housekeeping today? Because you know we start off with housekeeping, doing the chores, tidying up, taking the trash out. What we got to talk about today?
Girl, well, child, I'll be sleep. I'll be just living my best life. I either be with my son, my mama, or my man. So I don't know what be going on. But somebody has sent me a link, and they was like, "Oh, there's a video right now where apparently, I guess now a cartoon or something has been made about you, a cartoon, a video game, something, child. I don't know." And so I said, "Well, let me go over there and check out and see what's going on." So I took a look and a listen. I didn't listen to much of it, but I seen some of it. But apparently now, y'all, I am a gully gator. This is what apparently I am today,
Sorry,
y'all.
sorry, sorry, sorry. Hold on a second.
Yeah, we'll get into it in just a minute. I'm gonna tell y'all about this because I was just like, really? When I tell y'all, and I've said before, like I just wake up to stuff. I literally wake up to stuff. I woke up and today I am a gully gator. I have a whole cartoon and some type of swamp or sewer that I live in. And
Hold on a second. Sorry, I think that my even the stream got shocked. You're a golly, as in Gully, gator, as in alligator. Yeah?
yeah,
Is that what you're
yeah,
saying?
yeah. That's what I
Okay.
a gully gator.
Okay. Sorry,
And it's
sorry.
like,
You can carry on explaining what it is. I think my stream it got a shock and it logged me out. So yeah, you carry on explaining. Explain to me explain to me why. Sorry. This did you say this is a song or a game with
I
you as
think
a
they're
gully
like,
gator?
I think it's like a
Because the
video.
gully, you know what the gully is? The gully is the sewers.
Right. I'm a sewer dweller.
Okay, okay, yeah, yeah. Sorry, I've interrupted you. I shouldn't have interrupted
No,
you.
no,
I just got a bit taken aback, really. But carry on with what you were saying.
no, you're fine. It's cool. Because like I said, I just wake up to this stuff, child. People send me stuff and they like, this is happening and that's happening and this is being said. So I say, let me take a look at what's going on. Child, I'm a gully gator. I live down in the swamps now, y'all, in the sewers. Okay. This is where I reside. This is who I am, right? So I'll watch it and I'm like, okay, so there's like some type of song, and then there's like a video, and then it's like kind of set up like a video game or something. Like you can, swap out like your character or whatnot, your different outfits or something. Child, it's really interesting, honestly. But I was just like, okay, gully gator. Where have I heard those words before? And what do they mean? Right. So I want y'all, as far as housekeeping, to listen to this, right? Now, the person who channel it was on, this is a Trinidadian creator, right? Who is using gully gator as a random imagery. Okay. She is building a coded caricature of me, a Black American woman, for a mostly, and let's be very clear, a mostly Caucasian audience. The insult itself, it does rely heavily on stereotypes, stacking, and racialized animation. Now, Gully, y'all, Gully brings in Caribbean and United Kingdom grime slang for someone unrefined or from the gutter, while the gator part serves as dehumanizing swamp creature imagery. By framing the target as a mudmouth queen who rules the sewers, this person and they camp is yet again using environmental degradation of character assassination. This is paired with classic anti-Black tropes. Also, it was being talked about that I'm a single mother, right? Generational dysfunction, some type of poverty. They talking about drug addiction, which I don't know where to get that from, to create a Caucasian audience friendly caricature of a Black American woman and her womanhood. Now, this hits differently, y'all, because it is a form of racial laundering. When a Caribbean creator weaponizes these stereotypes for Caucasian viewers, it allows for racial outsourcing, where Caucasian audiences consume anti-Black tropes with the guilt of saying them and safe harbor racism because viewers feel shielded laughing at a caricature delivered by a Black creator. The Black people is Black on Black crime here. I'm telling you, this is what we're dealing with. This isn't just an insult, okay? It is a character assassination template that mirrors historical minstrel caricatures. And, we talked about this in previous lives when we did our comparison of these weaponized words and titles. So a welfare queen propaganda, right? Ultimately, because the platform algorithms reward this non-Caucasian on Caucasian conflict, it turns Black pain into a profitable entertainment economy while normalizing the dehumanizing of Black American women. And I'm sorry, y'all. It's really nothing to laugh at, but I was just laughing because I wake up. I wake up and I see these things and I'm just like, wow, you gotta be kidding me. Like this is what we're doing today. This is what we came up with this time around. Now remember, we've done multiple housekeeping so far and spoke out about, a few things as well previously that I think so many people have seen by now. And I've gotten emails, I've gotten messages back in response to some of this artwork that these people are making. And child, I'm just gonna say, I think people should be very careful, be very, very careful with what you consider to be your artistic expression, because there are a lot of people, organizations, and groups that do not see this type of artistic expression or artwork um, as anything that is palatable, anything that is integral, or anything that is, creative in any type of positive way. There's so much negativity wrapped around these type of expressions that these people are, sitting and hiding behind the idea that this is just art. This is just artistic expression. I understand that we have the ability to be able to create those things on these platforms. But again, it's all about your intent and the imagery that you use when it comes to these type of, depictions of people. And for the life of me, I don't understand and I don't get it. Like I really, really don't. But did that hit, like did that sit, Imani, or do you need me to read that back for you? Exactly what the representation of those two words and imagery are. And the fact that there is a video now of, I guess, dragging me and talking about me on top of that video or whatever it's supposed to be, a video game or a music video, a song or whatever. On top of that, then there's discussions being had, things being said about me, my parenting. Allegedly, I have 3 children, child. Talking about, my household, my mother, like it never ends. I mean, they continue to talk about the same things over and over again and try and just, I don't know what the attempt is that they're making, when they make these things and they say these things. I don't know exactly what they're looking to accomplish, but literally it just has me sometimes like on the floor, like rolling, like cracking up. Cause I can't wrap my mind around that. When we have so many things going on in the world that's so important, like this is what people choose to spend their time and their day doing. But yeah, that's what I woke up to this morning. Did you fully understand what I was saying, Imani? You can unmute whenever you want. Hold on 1 second. All right, start over. Start over now. There you go.
Yeah, sorry. What happened was I got I don't know, I think it's the Wi-Fi. I got
Yeah.
timed out. So you might have to read through that breakdown of the Gully Gator and the song because I missed that part. So I'm really sorry. I heard kind of the first bit, but if you want to run through that again, because I missed the part when you talked about what the lyrics were saying. I heard Mud Queen or something like that. And then I got timed out or something.
No, it's the Wi-Fi and the StreamYard. StreamYard keeps throwing people out and kicking people out and people kicking people off. It's something weird that's really going on with like StreamYard. I don't know if it's Wi-Fi or anything, but I've been experiencing some of these things too. It's really odd things that's happening with my internet and happening with my computer and my StreamYard. It's really weird. Hey Asher, what's going on, Asher? How you doing? Thank you so much for popping in and joining us today. How are you today? Yeah, but I'll go ahead and read it again for you. Because I
Yeah,
know you're
please do. Read it again for me and anybody who just came in. So you're called a Gully Gator and yeah, Gully. Gully, which is sewers, and a gator, which is an alligator. So sorry, can you want to run through what you were saying about what a gully gator is, and the this is a diss track, did you say?
I don't know if it's a diss track or what it is. It's just somebody sent me the link and said that they were showing some type of imagery that was supposed to be me and alleging that I'm a gully gator queen or something. And it's like, an image of me as an alligator and down in, the sewers and the swamp or something like that. And
Okay.
song playing along with it, just like the other
Yeah,
video.
just read through what you were reading through. I'm sorry because I missed it. Just read through what you were reading through again.
Okay, all right, here we go. So basically, like I'm saying, what we have to understand, okay, because you have to put two and two together. These things are not typically just, pulled out of the air somewhere. It's very calculated, right? So we got to remember this video that's being played on the channel that is being played on is a Trinidadian creator. This person is from Trinidad, right? And they're using Gully Gator as random imagery. She's building a coded caricature of me, a Black American woman, right? And the main people that are in the chat and in the audience are Caucasian people. So the insult itself, it does result and heavily rely on heavy stereotype stacking and racialized animalization. Gully, that word, right, has and brings in Caribbean and United Kingdom grime slang for someone unrefined or from the gutter, right? While the gator part of it serves as dehumanizing swamp creature imagery. So less than human, an animal of some kind, a creature of some kind. By framing the target as a mud mouth queen, because that's what they were saying, they're calling me a mud mouth queen who rules the sewers. Using environmental degradation as character assassination. This is paired with classic anti-Black American tropes. They also were sitting up there and I think was saying something about me being a single mother. They were saying they don't believe that I have just one child. I probably got about 2 or 3 children. Generational dysfunction, talking about poverty. I don't know, talking about addictions and drug addictions, wherever they're getting these things from, to create a Caucasian audience-friendly caricature of Black American womanhood. I'm a Black American woman. This is a Trinidadian creator. Majority of her audience are Caucasian people. I'm not saying all, but I'm saying majority from wherever it is that they're from. And so, she's sitting up here and making these caricatures of Black people and videos or video games or whatever it is, type of imagery, right? When it comes to Black American people. Today is me, a Black American woman. Several days ago, it was a Black American man. Do you see what I'm saying? And the imagery of it all and how they're making it, there are racist rhetorics wrapped around a lot of this stuff as far as the imagery. But if you let them tell it, child, it's not. But this is a form of racial laundering. A Caribbean creator weaponizes these type of stereotypes on a Black American woman for Caucasian viewers to watch, to laugh at, to make fun of. It allows for racial outsourcing. And what that means is Caucasian audiences are consuming anti-Black tropes without the guilt of saying them. It is a safe harbor of racism because the viewers can shield themselves by laughing at these caricatures delivered by another Black creator. So it's not a Caucasian person that's making these things. Now they can say, well, this is a Black person that's making this. So how can it possibly be racist? This is not just an insult. These are character assassination templates that mirror historical minstrel caricatures such as a welfare queen and the welfare queen propaganda. Ultimately, because the platform algorithms reward this type of content. It is non-white on white conflict. It turns Black people's pain into a profitable entertainment economy. We're normalizing the dehumanization of Black American women. And it's women today. It was men a few days ago. Black people in general. Okay. So to me, that's how those type of things work, right? You can hide behind, this glass. You can hide behind this wall or whatever it is, this shack, and put out type of, these type of pieces of content, right? But because it's a Trinidadian, which is also a Black woman, is putting it out and pushing it and promoting it, then everyone else who agrees with it or loves that, right, and may want to make that type of content too, they don't have to do it because she's doing it. They just come, have a seat, bring their popcorn, and sit down and laugh and clown and drag and be entertained at a Black person insulting, embarrassing, and dragging another Black person with these type of racist tropes. So I don't know. What do you think about that, Imani? That's what I seen this morning. Someone sent it to me. I said, good Lord.
I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all. I'm not shocked in the slightest. What I don't understand, and I know who now. I know who the content creator is. I can see where it's coming from, and the problem is, I don't think people realize, big and serious, as we say, big and serious. This has been going on continuously for about, what month are we in? We're in May. This has been going on continuously for probably almost 6 months. Almost 6 months daily. Almost 6 months. You're not the only one who's been attacked because there have been other targets, so to speak. I believe at one point Lady Letitia was the target, but then it changed. Maggie was always Maggie wasn't a target, and then she became a target. Ralph has been a consistent target for probably about a year or more since you started the channel, but you have definitely been a target for about 6 months. And the thing about this is, let me just speak to the creator first and foremost. Let me speak to you directly, and also the audience that's consuming this and cheering her on. Yeah, because we're not just dealing with a one-off joke. I mean, we had a video the other day that was about a Black man. So it's not a moment of bad judgment. It's not a single lapse in taste. This has been going on off and on for about 6 months. But now it's beginning to escalate to the offensive. Yeah, not to the offensive, because some of the stuff being said has been offensive. But now it's escalating to the very grotesque and offensive. Because if what you're saying is true, it goes along the lines of what I thought about the whole video the other day. And think about it. I think people need to think about this. 6 months of daily attacks to people who have not been attacking her. Nobody has started attacking her. This isn't a drag. This isn't a joke. These are attacks on people. These are attacks on an elderly woman and her daughter and others. Okay? But these are consistent. 6 months of turning a real person into a running gag, 6 months of building an entire content pipeline of someone else's humiliation. And let's be honest, when you attack someone for 6 months, yeah, it's not entertainment. It's obsession. It's fixation. It's harassment that's being dressed up like it's creativity. This is my creativity. This is my art. This is what I do. And to the people who are cheering it, encouraging it, applauding it, the ones in the comments, the ones putting the battery in her back, the ones who constantly say it's wonderful artwork. Oh my God, you're so funny. The ones sharing it, the ones watching it, encouraging it. You're not spectators, you're participants in this. You're participants who fuel the cruelty that keeps going on daily. You're fueling these attacks. You're helping to encourage this behavior because none of you say anything. And what makes it most disturbing is the way that gully gator has now been constructed. Gully, gully is the sewers. It's where the rats live. When you're in the gully, yeah, you are a nobody. If you come from the gully, and people do in certain countries live in the gully. And I will tell you something else. At one point in Jamaica, a lot of the LGBTQIA people lived in the gully because they used to be terrorized and traumatized and attacked. There's a show actually that shows, I would advise people to look at the gully. Yeah, I'm looking at the gully in Jamaica. Yeah, and there's gullies everywhere, the sewers. Yeah. And the thing about it is, I mean, I'm astounded that nobody critiques this. I'm astounded that nobody challenges this. I'm
Well,
astounded that nobody.
we will
Sorry?
critique it. We will
No,
critique
no,
it, and
no, no. I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about people watching it. I'm astounded that this is where we are now. We're at the point where someone just builds this caricature and nobody challenges this behavior. And what it is, you're not attacking her verbally, what she says or her content. You're attacking what she is or what you've invented her to be. And the thing is, this woman you've been targeting, yeah, Golden, is not unstable, and her mother. She's not confused. She's not the fantasy that you've created her to be. She's a grown woman living her life, living her best life. But you need her to be a monster so that you and your audience can feel justified in laughing at the stuff you're doing. You need her to be a spectacle so that your content gets cheers and applauded by your echo chamber. You need her to be less than human so you can feel more powerful. You can feel more better about yourself. 6 months of degrading a woman you don't know. 6 months dragging her mother. 6 months building a storyline that has got nothing at all to do with the truth about her, and everything to do with cruelty and degradation and character assassination. And to you in the audience, you big ass grown women, you hardback people who have children and daughters of your own who are Golden's age, yeah, you hardback crusty people who should know better and do better, yeah, and the fathers that are out there who are encouraging this BS, you need to ask yourself why this feels so easy for you to do, to cheer this on. Why does it feel so good and natural to consume this type of content, this dehumanization of someone, this otherizing them? Hmm? Why does it feel normal to watch an elderly, disabled mother and her daughter be torn apart for your sport and entertainment? Why does it feel so comfortable to you? Because if you have mothers and daughters of this age, would you like it if you heard that type of stuff about them? Okay? Hmm? Would you like it? It's not about the song. It's not about the song. It's not about the video. It's not about the song. It's about this ecosystem that you lot have created. An ecosystem where cruelty, yeah, that's your currency. That's what you live for. Your harassment is your storyline. And your genre is toxicity. And the dignity of this woman and her mother are disposable because you don't give a flying F about what you do and what you say in that chat. So let me tell you something, yeah? Let me tell you this straight, big and serious. If your platform needs to tear down the same people every day for 6 months, you haven't got a platform, you've got a target. And your audience only shows up for that toxicity. Your audience isn't fans, they're spectators, there to see somebody shamed and dehumanized every single day. But you know what? I'll tell you something, Golden. I'm not here to match their energy. Yeah. But what I will do is expose it. I'll expose it every time I see it.
Right.
Because we're here talking about accountability, not hate, not division. Accountability for the content that you put out there for people to consume. Okay?
Right.
And
And I
let
have
me
a few
just tell
additional
you something. A
when you're done.
6-month campaign, it's not clever, it's not bold, it's not artistic, it's harmful, it's obsessive, and it's very, very unoriginal.
Mm-hmm.
And quite frankly, the people that need to be ashamed of themselves are the mothers and the fathers of daughters and sons of your age, and the people who have parents that are your age, because I'm pretty sure they would have a lot different comments if it were their family and their siblings that were up there being degraded, dehumanized on a daily basis. But that is all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say about it. I'm pretty sure Mama's got a couple of things she wants to say.
Yeah, she'll be popping in just a moment here for her housekeeping. She have a few things she want to say because a lot of this stuff is not geared just towards me, but it's geared towards her as well. And this is a person who, yeah, get it very clear. Yes, that's my mother, and my son is her grandson, and so she's always going to protect and be a mama cub forever. It doesn't matter. So you coming at somebody cub, you coming for them, you being disrespectful. Yeah, that's the intent, to protect, to love, to shelter if you can, your cubs. And she understands. I'm very much, an adult. I can do it myself. But if you have a dynamic in your family where you do have a mother that loves you and that supports you and that wants to protect you and her grandchild, then sometimes when some of these things are done and they're said, it is going to make her feel a certain type of way. And she may get very vocal about that. And it may cause her to get a little bit, angry and off put, which I believe anyone in that circumstance would feel the same way. Right. But, just my final thoughts on this. And then Mama will come in and speak about some of her housekeeping. And then we got to get into our policies. It's just that, we what are we supposed to say? You know what I'm saying? It's just like, I've seen this type of behavior happening. And like you said, it's been almost 6 months plus, maybe longer, actually, right? That a lot of these individuals have taken this turn to, now want to be, I don't know, against or hateful or evil, whatever it is you want to call it, whatever it is you want to label it. We speak out and we talk about what a lot of these tropes and stuff really represent. And it's unfortunate that you may be mad that when we speak out and we show, right, not just with your behaviors and what you do, but how many people all over the globe, the world, right now, currently, and historically, pop out and act and operate when it comes to racism and hate. You're really falling in alignment when it comes to all of that. And so what I think is that individuals get exposed for, these type of things that they're doing. And when they get angry, then they double down, they triple down, and they really have no type of defense or argument against it. Like, I want to hear a real legitimate, intelligent defense or argument against this type of energy, these type of artworks that they say that they're creating, the things that they say, the conversations that they hold on their platforms and on their chats. I really want to know, like, if you think there's nothing wrong with that, you need to really fully convince us of that, because there's no conviction here. There's no conviction here that we have to believe that the things that you do are not put in
Sorry,
place for
Golden,
those
sorry
purposes.
to cut you. Sorry to cut you, yeah, because I have a zero tolerance for this BS. There is no explanation for anything like that about anybody, whatever culture they come from. Yeah, because turn that around and put another culture in there, be it white, Latino, Asian, Native American, you name it. Turn that around. There is I don't want to hear. I'm sorry that you want to hear, but I don't want to hear about that, because I can't. You see, I started out today in a very good mood. Yeah. And then I'm hearing this BS,
Yeah.
and I am still in a good mood. I am
Hmm.
still in a good mood. But what I want to ask, the only thing I want to ask is, if those people, if they were talking about their family in that way, that they live in the sewer, yeah? Remember, you're talking about the sewers where shit
Hmm.
comes out of your toilet pipe. That's what the sewer is, where the shit drains, yeah?
Yeah.
Gully Gator, all right? You swamp queen. Yeah. Remember when Trump said shithole countries? Yeah. Mm?
Yeah,
And then
yeah,
people wonder why we relate it to what is going on in the government. Mm?
yeah, yeah.
I need to calm down because let me tell you something. I thought Sasquatch was going to be the limit of what they were doing. But
No,
not
no.
only that, what they don't realize is there are other people watching what they're doing and that have informed you of this because you see, I'm not taking my time to go and disturb myself and watch that negativity on a daily basis because it upsets my spirit. I only
Yeah,
react to it when I am informed or asked what do I think? Because I
right.
think the person who is making this stuff is a very, very artistically clever person who has a lot to offer, but feels the need to be close to some old greyback, disgruntled, bitter women who have nothing better to do with their spare time than attack people on the internet. Because in your face, they would never, ever even think about saying some of that stuff.
Hmm.
Never.
I agree. I agree. Asher says, I saw on the live of racist Nick McGill that Ron from Atwood came into the chat. I didn't see that. I don't, I didn't see him come in that chat. You talking about on our live or on Nick's live? I don't know. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. Like, you don't care to know and all these things. I'm not saying it like that. Like, oh my God, I need to know. I need to know. What I'm saying is for individuals that sit up there and eat it up, and just turn a blind eye to it. It's just, I just wish that there could be a level of like explanation. Like, explain your artwork, explain your mental, explain what do you really feel as though you're doing with this? Like, did you feel as though you did your big one? Do y'all feel as though that these things is y'all big one? Is this
That's
your
like
best?
asking a
Oh, sorry.
racist.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. The thing is, you're very, the thing about you, and this is why we are quite kind of yin and yang. I don't tolerate this kind of crap, not in my
Hmm.
real life, not on the internet, because if I'm not active and actively having any argument with you, then you need to stay in your corner, do your content, and keep me and mine out of your business. Because if I'm not attacking you, why are you doing this daily? And the thing is, it's not about simple jokes because we heard about simple jokes yesterday. We heard about what jokes are not simple jokes. This is not about simple joking. This is about terrorizing people. This is about dehumanizing people. Why? People I don't like, I stay far from. I don't interact with them. That's how I deal with people in my real life. I don't walk up in their face and ask them to explain why they don't like me because I'm not interested. Because quite frankly, there's way too much trauma going on that I don't want to get involved in. You're very tolerant because you want an answer. I don't want no answer from you. Why you would call someone, what was it? Mud Queen, what? Mud Queen, what? Swamp Queen, mud mouth, what? That you live in the sewers. You now live in the sewers. Okay. This is really, really good. But like
I
I
live in
said,
Stewart.
it's the
I live
old
in
foot,
Stewart.
bitter people who are encouraging the BS.
I live in the
Sorry,
sewer.
let Mama talk. Let Mama talk because if I carry on, I'm gonna go into one, and I don't really want to go into one because I don't waste my cussing on people who are not worthy. You're gutter, gutter. You're the only people who belong in the gully.
I understand. It's okay. Yeah, mama's got her few words to put in, but I'm just saying, what makes me really laugh and just sit back is like, to call someone else a sewer dweller. If I dwell and I live in the sewers, I'm a swamp monster or whatever the things they trying to call me, a gully gator. But I don't make this type of content. I don't make those type of imagery against anybody in no racial type of way. All I do is talk about the politics and what is actually literally truly happening in this world, not just in the United States, but globally. And if people don't like what's happening, then that's your call to get out there and make a change. You know what I'm saying? Or speak up or say something about it. So when I just make content where I'm putting out there what other people are doing and shedding a light on it, and also saying there's a mirror, right? There's some type of connect that I can see between what is happening, even when I just report on politics and what is going on globally, governmentally, and what I see happening on this platform. That's literally all I'm doing, is shining a light on what other people are doing. Their reason for doing it, can't be sure. These people's reason for doing it, can't be sure. But what can we say that it typically looks like and boils down to? Some level of hate, disdain, or racism. I'm sorry. And if people get upset with me or they get mad over here on my platform because I shed a light on that and I speak about it and I talk about it, and I'm unapologetically going to continue to talk about it, then now you want to double down on your own nasty behavior by making these type of videos and images of people to what? Insult them, embarrass them, make them feel bad. That doesn't make me feel bad. Those type of images and stuff that y'all make does not make me feel bad at all. What makes me feel bad is that in 2026, we're still battling racism as heavily as our ancestors had to battle it back in the day. That's what makes me feel bad. That's what drives me to speak and make the content that I make and shine a light on certain things, right? And outside of that, yeah, there's other things that are happening within governmental structures and political spaces that are affecting us in very real ways as a people. And when I say a people, I mean human beings. Our rights are being taken away from us, despite our skin tone and our race. We're talking about human rights. Yeah, all of that is happening. So while people want to create AI cartoons and video games and characters and songs where they're playing as if they're in some type of child daycare, I'm over here and Imani's over here and Mama Warrior is over here. And we're talking about how they're taking and dismantling laws and rights and freedoms that people have had, not just in this country, but globally. How they are putting things into place where people almost cannot afford to buy groceries or fill up their gas tank so they can get back and forth to work or wherever it is they need to go in their vehicle. That's what we talk about over here. And when the racism seems to tip, 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 tap, 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 and knock on your door, best be sure we will speak about that as well. So if you want to get upset and make these type of tropes and images and, these little kindergarten-like videos and cartoons, continue to do it. Have at it for real, because it really just double down and show where your maturity level is at, what's important to you, what you spend your time and your efforts. And honestly, some of you, most of you got talents, but you're wasting them on doing this type of stuff because you only want to silence and embarrass somebody who is what? Or people who are what? Speaking up and telling the truth about what is really going on in this world, shining a light on it, and being unapologetic when they do it. Have at it. So what I say is, and this is my final statement in housekeeping, and I'll let Mama come in and do her housekeeping, and then we got to get into these politics. What I'll say is, keep at it. Keep going. Keep doing it. Because the more you keep doing these things, the more you keep proving us to be right. And we are not the only ones who are seeing it and witnessing it and side-eyeing and saying, hey, wait a minute.
And also, sorry, look at the channels where it's being laundered. Look at
Right,
the channels who are laundering this type of content. There's only 3 of them.
right. And you know, I am, here we go. I'm a respectful person. I really am. I really, really am. People disrespect me a lot, but I choose to respect people because that's just how I move and I operate. And so I know people come into the chat, and I appreciate that. And I know people come to support the channel. I appreciate that. If it's legitimate support, and if that is the whole reason why people stop by, say hello, whatever. And I'm not really typically a type of person that, you know, dependent on certain individuals. Yeah, there's some individuals where you will not get no hello from me. It ain't gonna be no, you know, happy days over here with certain individuals that come in. But we know the ones that are great. We know the ones that continue to support and show up all the time. And that's what I really appreciate and I really love. And then every now and then you'll see some people pop up. Some of them are random. You don't know who they are. You got to go and do your history and your research to find out what this person's about. And some of them you may have encounters with before, and things is a little bit questionable and a little bit shaky. And they may come back around. I'll just say that. Now, me, I can't speak for Imani and I can't speak for Mama Word. Me, I might speak to that person. I might. But this is the problem that I have. These are the positions that you're putting in, right? Because how everything plays out and how everything goes down and every position that people hold when it comes to these type of operations, you get deemed to be, or not you, but me, let's just say, I get deemed to be a certain type of person because of my certain responses and my navigation around certain things, right? Knowing that deep down in my heart, I don't want to respond and I don't want to operate that way. But sometimes people leave you no choice. And I would just say that, and that's all I'm going to say when it comes to that. There are people that if they come around, block, ban, absolutely not. Because we have to protect the community. And we can't have certain individuals like that in the community. Certain people come around and it's just like, hey, what's up? What's good? I don't know what type of time that person is on, but I know there's been some questionable things that have been done, that have been said, that is just, you know, it puts you in a space where you can't be sure. And that happens a lot on this platform, right? And I think people may even feel that way, maybe sometimes if they see me pop up in their chat to show love, you know, and say hello. They may be a little bit standoffish when it comes to me popping up based off of a lot of these things that have been going down and a lot of things that people say about me that honestly, they twist and they turn to make me look bad, to diminish my character. But one thing that I can stand 10 toes down and say is if anybody wants to know me or get to know me, all you really got to do is just talk to me. That's it. Or if you listen to my content, if you listen to what I say, if you listen to the things that I stand for and the principles I stand on, I think that can give you a grand conception on who I am as a person. Every now and then, yeah, I may have to pop out. I may have to show up and show out, say some things, do some things. But one thing I don't do, y'all don't see me out here making cartoons, racist cartoons of nobody. I'm not doing that. Most of these people sit up here and they get themselves in a gripe because they listen to the songs that I make and they think these songs is about them. I don't put no names in my songs, so I don't understand how these people can think that these songs is specifically about them unless they feel as though the shoe is fitting real nice. It's real nice and snug, just like Cinderella and the glass slipper. It's fitting real nice on your foot, so I guess it belongs to you, right? But if you have no indication of that, then you don't know what I'm talking about in my songs. I'm not making this type of content to go at people. Trust me, if I have something to say to you, I will say it to you, and I will say it directly to you. That's why people see me pop up a lot, because I don't have no problem stepping to nobody's face. If you have something so much to say about me, I can step to your face and we can have the conversation. But a lot of people are not built that way. But anyway, let's bring in Mama Warrior. She has some housekeeping that she wants to talk about. I'm gonna let her come up here. I'm gonna swap out and go ahead and give JJ some juice and a snack real quick, because you know we do tag team when we watch him, and that is the way our home is set up. That is what works for us. That is her grandchild. That is my child. That is my mother. I am her daughter. We are a family. We live in a household together, and it works for us. And we love each other, and we have a great time over here. So that's another thing. People dipping in and diving into people's personal life and home life and how things move and operate. If you want to paint a different narrative because you're mad and you're in your feelings, hey, do you. But guess what? We know how things operate over here. So if I'm doing a live, yeah, I'm going to be doing a live, and my mama going to be having a great time and a fun time hanging with her grandson that she enjoys being around and spending time and playing with. So that way you may not hear all of the toddler noise in the background. That's our setup. What's wrong with that?
Sorry, Golden, whilst Mama's speaking, I've just got to make a quick call, but I will be back. It'll only be about 5 minutes. Okay?
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
All right. So basically, I say all of that to say, you know, I hear what the people say. I see how they try to laugh and joke and make fun. You may not understand that type of dynamic. You may not have it in your life. And guess what? That's okay. It's okay. But don't get upset because that's the dynamic that I have in my life. That's the dynamic that me and my family hold. We're good over here. Very much good over here. But this is what these people do. They'll try to find anything they possibly can to drag you and make you feel bad. But here comes Mama Warrior. We'll be right back. Well, hello, everyone. This is Mama Warrior speaking. DD Fox. I hope everybody's well. I want to welcome everybody to the chat that's in the chat. And I just have a no sound. All right. Oh God, this happens every time. Hello. Yeah, this is Mama Warrior speaking. I come to you today because I have a few things to say. First of all, let me welcome the chat. This is Mama Warrior. Welcome the chat and everybody that came into here, even those in the bushes or those that may catch this on the replay, however it may be. But I just want to say a few things. I think that this is I'm exhausted. This is really disgusting. It's disrespectful. It's racist. And it's just so uncalled for. But I want to speak to certain persons today. I'm speaking to Vampy, the goddess or vampire. I'm speaking to Nick the Mountain Goat. I should have said Snoopy first because she's first in line. She's the leader. And I wanted to speak to Jane and whomever else that may be part of this, what, in my opinion, a racist crew. Vampy, I know that you are Trinidadian and you are Black, but it appears that since you stage all this on your channel and you stand by all this, I would take it that you do not support Black people and that you support the racist people that you have over there with you. So let me just get that out the way. But if you want to know how I feel, I'm pretty sure you don't, because you people are very insensitive and very incompassionate. But I'll go ahead and to let you know anyway, since this is my time. As her mother, Golden's mother, watching strangers online tear my daughter down has been one of the most painful experiences of my life. No parent wants to see their child targeted, mocked, turned into entertainment for people who don't know her, don't care about her, and don't see her humanity. My daughter is a real person. She has feelings. She has struggles. She has a life outside of the internet. To see people build entire narratives about her every day, 24 hours a day, cruel ones, just to get views or laughs, breaks my heart. It's not just disrespectful. It's dehumanizing. Instead of kindness, they choose cruelty. As a mother, that is something I will never understand or tolerate. I raised my daughter to believe she had value, that she deserved respect. Watching people online trying to strip her of her dignity just because she has her opinion or has want to give her side of the story, watch you try to strip her of her dignity for content. It makes me feel helpless, not too helpless, but angry and deeply sad. I'll put it that way. No mother should have to watch a child be targeted like this, and no one, no matter who they are, deserve to be treated as less than human. Now, in the past, I have put my cursive tongue out there against you, Vampy, and Snoopy, and Nick the Mountain Goat, and I've said some horrible things. But you know, I have pulled myself back in now because, as you may not know, I am a former paralegal. I am a certified paralegal. And I do study law and know law. So what I am going to do, I'm going to explain a few things to you people. If you can understand this, I don't know, but you guys are real silly and want to do a whole lot of simple stuff. So let's see if you understand some of these words. Have you ever heard the word class action? Well, let me tell you what a class action is. It's an action brought by one or several plaintiffs on behalf of a class of persons. A class action may be appropriate when there's been injury to so many people that their voluntarily, unanimously joining in a lawsuit is improbable and impractical. In such a situation, injured parties who wish to do so may, with the court's permission, sue on behalf of all. A class action is sometimes referred to as a representative action. Let me show you out another word that you may not be familiar with. There's such a thing as civil rights legislation. Laws designed to prohibit government and non-government agents from discriminating and defaming. Now, let's have a law lesson today. We had the psychiatrist, little Kwee up there yesterday with the Bryant PhD. So let's do a little law case here. Let's do some law. Now, on what grounds can we bring this? Oh, there's such a thing called mental anguish. Anybody ever heard of that? That's compensable. It's injury embracing all forms of mental as opposed to mere physical pain, including a deep grief, distress, anxiety, and fright. It's what I experience each and every day. I am disabled. I have a heart condition. I take nitros because I'm going through this mess with you guys for 6 months now. And do you think that I am not going to get legal counsel, which I already have? Matter of fact, I am recording each and every live that you do so that I can have proof of what takes place on here each and every day from this particular channel. So That's what I have to say. I'm going to start saying things legally, and I'm not going to curse you back. I'm not going to call you names. I'm not going to do and act in the gutter like you act. But I tell you one thing I do say to you, 10 toes down, and I have also told my legal counsel, I believe that you are racist and you have racist supporters that call themselves black people. Vampy being one, and Lady Letitia being another. And there's many more. But for the true black people out here on YouTube, that we're working, trying to keep our channels and do our things and with respect, I think you should be outraged. And I think you should pay attention to this crew, because this is a crew. And you should be known that you're being insulted every day as a black person, not just me and Golden. They're insulting black people all the way down the line. There was a man, now there's Golden, and who will be next? So I think we all should be offended as a whole of true black people. We already have this in the world. They already put our president and our first lady in monkey cartoons and what have you. And then you're going to put up here a Sasquatch and try to tell us, oh, that's a Sasquatch, that's not a gorilla, that's not a monkey. That's bull crap. And that's what I have to say. I will handle mine legally. So look forward to it. All right, y'all. So I am back, and we're gonna go ahead and move forward with our politics. But Mama be having it. Mama be having to get it off, y'all. I can't. But you would probably feel the same way too. Okay, my mother, yeah, she likes to do YouTube. She has her own channel. She does it the way she does it, and she pays attention to sometimes the things that I do over here, on my channel, and she hears all of these things. And because these people, for whatever reason, have a disdain or a dislike for me, they go out of their way because these people to attack my mother. And, they say nasty, egregious things about her. And if you think somebody can be talked about and have these things said to them, that doesn't go out of their way to hurt or harm anyone. She doesn't do that. Okay. If someone is coming for us and attacking us, then yes, we get to defend ourselves. That's all it is. But for her to be attacked the way she has been egregiously by these people and in a racial manner is very disgusting. And she has her own mind, her own thoughts, her own opinions when it comes to that. And that's all she had to say on her housekeeping. So we'll be moving along, Imani. Do you have any final thoughts with housekeeping before we get into this political coverage today?
No. I've got nothing more to say on that. I got nothing more to say on it. I'm not going to think any more about it. Mama must do what she wants to do. And let's just move on. Yielding my time.
All right, girl. Let's go ahead and dive into it. So now we're going to be moving forward, y'all. That is all we have for housekeeping and a few things that we needed to say and address. But yeah, as per usual, y'all know it's always something going down in the political sector. So we aren't just looking at the headlines. We're going to be decoding the systemic structures underneath them. We're starting things off with a massive video that I want to show you guys when it comes to one of my favorite people, okay? And this is from Capitol Hill. Jasmine Crockett is utterly dismantling MAGA, talking points on white supremacy to a brewing bipartisan revolt against a multi-billion-dollar DOJ slush fund. She has a lot to weigh in when it comes to that. The establishment is scrambling right now. We also have massive updates on swing voters who will decide the future of Congress. A gut-wrenching look at what's really happening inside ICE detention centers, and a major power move from Gavin Newsom that has Mar-a-Lago in a complete panic. This is a lot for us to unpack, and we have some things that we'll be adding in on the end as well that I just think is important for all of us to see. So let's go ahead and talk about our first topic of the day, Jasmine Crockett, my girl. You have some things to say, Tony?
No. I was just going to say this one we're going to split into two parts. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, because this one's very long, so we're definitely
Yeah.
gonna split it up.
Yeah. So we'll listen to the first half, and then we'll do some commentary, and then we'll listen to the second half. How about that? Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds perfect. Okay,
Okie
so
let's go.
let me tell y'all what we're gonna be talking about. Okay, so when it comes to Jasmine Crockett, right? She detonates on MAGA witness over white supremacy. So during a highly charged congressional hearing, Representative Jasmine Crockett from Texas delivered a scathing rebuke to a MAGA-aligned witness, fiercely pushing back against attempts to downplay far-right extremism. Crockett confronted the panel regarding the violent history and ideology of groups like the Proud Boys, explicitly identifying them as white supremacists. When the opposition attempted to pivot the conversation to focus entirely on sanctuary city policies and immigration to deflect the blame, Crockett completely dismantled the narrative. She argued that local law enforcement decisions rest with local governments, calling the weaponized focus on sanctuary cities a politically driven stunt meant to shield actual white supremacist threats and far-right lawlessness. So that is going to be the first video that we're going to get into, y'all. Let me go ahead and get this up on the screen for us so we can watch together. And again, this coverage is also coming from one of our other favorite channels that we frequent, which is Roland Martin. So Roland Martin is going to be covering this, but he also is going to be breaking it down in a real way and playing some of the audio and the video from Jasmine Crockett's explosive response to, in my personal opinion, y'all, and how I will call it out, the BS. But let's go ahead and get this up on the screen, y'all. We'll start with audio and then we'll get the video in just a minute. Let's get into it and we'll meet y'all in the chat. And what's up, Asher? What's up, Dropping the Tea? Thank you so much for coming over to support. And let's get into the video, y'all. We're going to meet y'all over there in the chat.
The House Judiciary Committee held a hearing to investigate the Southern Poverty Law Center's alleged misconduct. This includes accusations of funneling funds to extremist groups and targeting conservative organizations. During the hearing that took place on Thursday, Texas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett called out the hypocrisy of Republicans who claim to support the law and order while defending the January 6 rioters and downplaying the involvement of extremist groups in the Capitol attack. She makes one thing clear: condemning white supremacy shouldn't be difficult.
It is so hard to sit here and listen to this. That's one reason I watched the majority of this and didn't actually sit in this room, because I'm sure my faces would have told everything that I was thinking. Is there anyone that finds it odd? Well, can we start here? I'm gonna start with the entire panel. Are the Proud Boys a white supremacist organization? Yes or no? Starting with Ms. Wiley.
It is my view they are.
It depends on how you define it. I have a book.
Okay, never mind.
It depends on how you
it's
define it.
It's a yes or no. Proud Boys, how they define themselves. Are they white supremacists, yes or no?
I have not read a description of how they define themselves.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm not on their mailing list. I don't know.
So are you only on the mailing list of?
I'm not like the
supremacists,
SPLC. I don't
or-
fund organizations that I'm in.
Oh, it just seemed like you were saying because you haven't received their mail, you only received the mail of white supremacists. But go ahead, last witness.
No, they're not white supremacists.
And you know what? I do believe that y'all believe that. Let's try another one. Neo-Nazis, Miss Wiley.
Well, yes.
Nazis is in their name. Neo-Nazis, Dr. Swain.
Is the question still about the Proud Boys, or is it about the
Neo-Nazis. We have
Neo-Nazi-
moved on. Neo-Nazis.
neo-Nazis are hate groups? And I have a book, 2002.
Okay, thank you so much.
About
So we're
hate
gonna-
groups
so-
that I suggest that you all read.
I'm reclaiming my
Allow
time.
them.
I'm reclaiming my time. Neo-Nazis. Are they white supremacists?
Neo-Nazis, are they white supremacists?
Yes or no?
What's that?
Yes or no?
They're certainly anti-Semitic, which I would join with any member of the Democratic Party. Mr. Nadler earlier was talking about standing up
Okay,
for the Jewish.
reclaiming my time.
Happy to
Next.
do that.
Yes, they're white supremacists.
Woo, thank God. Jesus Christ, I didn't think we were going to get there. Oh my gosh, let me be clear. Proud Boys are freaking white supremacists. Neo-Nazis are too. And this president, who loves to coddle white supremacists, has decided that they should be given checks. The reasons that I pointed to those particular organizations is because you can go and read, I don't know how many articles, as Dr. Swain wants people to read up. I'm going to be clear. I've read my fair share of books. I do have my fair share of degrees. It is clear that neo-Nazis as well as Proud Boys joined in on January 6th. Yet this slush fund that they keep talking about is specifically to give them money. So how dare this majority sit here and try to lecture this organization about money? Now, we're not talking about tax-paying dollars as we are in that slush fund. But you're telling me that $2 billion in the same country that I'm sure some of y'all would struggle with whether or not the enslavement of Black people was good or bad. I'm not even gonna go there and ask y'all the question because y'all struggle with defining that these people were white supremacists. But this country still hasn't thought that reparations made sense for Black folk in this country. But at the same time, they've decided that people that are in organizations that are absolutely white supremacy organizations should get our tax dollars because they decided to tear apart or attempt to tear apart our democracy. They are being rewarded. These are people that went through our criminal justice system. When people on that side of the aisle claim that they love law and order, they went through it. They either entered pleas of guilty or they were found guilty. And this president, on day one, his priority was not around racism. It was around doing things like letting them go and now putting money in their pockets. We haven't had one hearing on white supremacy. Yet when we look at things like the killing of Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, the 9 worshipers who were murdered at the Mother Emanuel AME Church, the 23 people murdered in 2019 during the shooting at Walmart in El Paso, the 10 people murdered during the 2022 shooting at a grocery store in Buffalo, New York. All of these were murdered by white supremacists who are empowered by the Republican Party's racist rhetoric and policies. This is the same party that wants to drag us back to the Jim Crow era. Some say that there aren't poll taxes, and I guess it's because they're not listing the amount of money. But when you tell somebody that they've got to go and pay for something, say, like a passport that costs over $100 in order to be able to vote, that looks like a poll tax to me. Some of y'all need to read up on your history books, the very same ones that the Republicans have decided that people should not hear about because you don't want real history taught in our schools because you're afraid that it's going to hurt people's feelings to know that their ancestors were so savage that they would enslave Black folk. You don't want them to understand why the 14th Amendment mattered then and it matters today. You don't want them to understand that when they draw these racist lines and tell Black folk that they shouldn't have representation in this country, that it is against the Constitution. You want them to be ignorant so that they can sit up here and be your token for your mission.
Expired.
Now, Congressman Jared Moskowitz continued the back and forth with MAGA explainer, MAGA supporter, the Black woman you about to see, Dr. Carol Swain. Listen.
Hold on. That's a wonderful speech and a filibuster.
No, it's true.
Are neo-Nazis supremacists?
It depends on which ones. They're individuals.
No, I didn't ask you which ones.
Some of them are plain old
neo-Nazi. Miss Swan, listen, I'm not reading your book if you literally can't answer this question. Are neo-Nazis supremacists?
They're individuals. Some are, and some may be just plain old anti-Semites.
No, neo-Nazis are anti-Semites, okay? We're going to agree there.
Right, okay.
But they're also supremacists, Miss Swan.
Okay, if you agree.
No. You don't have to take my word for it, right? Like, they are. That's the whole reason they exist.
But you
because
all don't
they believe they are supreme.
You all don't seem to understand that a white...
Who's they all? I'm not a neo-Nazi. Who's they all? I'm a regular person asking another regular person.
Okay.
If we can agree that neo-Nazis are supremacists.
I will agree with you.
Okay, I don't want you to be forced into it.
I would agree with you, but I suggest you all take the time and read my Cambridge University Press book.
Listen,
that was nominated for a Pulitzer Prize.
Listen, Dr. Swan, I can promise you there's no freaking way I'm buying your book. When it took 2 minutes for you to look at me and had to convince you that neo-Nazi, listen.
Because I don't like the talking points. The leftist.
This is not a talking point. This is 100 years of history. Watch this. I'm going to show you how easy it is. Mr. Perkins, are neo-Nazis supremacists?
They are supremacists.
Thank you, sir. Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Swan, it wasn't a trick question for them. I wasn't trying to trip them up. I wasn't using DNC talking points. This is part of the problem. And I didn't even want to do this, quite frankly, because I'm not interested in making this stuff political, right? I got Democratic candidates in Texas coming out yesterday and saying that Jews belong in concentration camps again.
All right, well, we'll take a pause right there because we're at the half-minute mark through that video. It's about 18 minutes long and we're 9 minutes in, so we're going to split it in half. And so I just wanted to play this conversation for us all to hear. Imani, I'll let you take the lead on this one, girl, because I know you had to drop down and come back up. What are some of your thoughts and feelings on, this conversation and how easy and simple it can be to just answer a question with a simple yes or no?
Yeah, that was going to be my first point. That simple yes or no questions about white supremacist groups, they seemed impossible to answer honestly, which was weird to me. Now, Jasmine Crockett was forcing the issue, as in forcing the issue, not forcing an issue that didn't exist. She was trying to make them acknowledge that these groups were present and active on January the 6th. Yeah. And it's the hypocrisy of politicians defending Jan 6 rioters whilst they claim to support law enforcement that grinds my gears with this. And then we have the slush fund that the administration is financially supporting individuals convicted for January the 6th. And remember that in order to get their pardons, they had to admit guilt, to get a pardon. So there's no question of whether they believe they're guilty or innocent, because to get their pardons, they had to admit guilt. That's part and parcel of the pardon process. All right. And then we've got, obviously Jasmine talking about George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, Mother Emanuel, and many others. And then the other thing is where people are talking about reparations and versus rewarding extremism, because there's no reparations discussion. Because they say they can't afford it and they can't do the finances to calculate it. But they can create a fund for extremist offenders. And, it's it beggars belief. And then obviously we had Moskowitz, who was trying to get I think it's Carol Swain, that's right, to answer the question of, are neo-Nazis, I mean, that's not difficult, are neo-Nazis supremacists? And the thing is, there's too much of this whataboutism when people are challenged about straightforward things. They turn it into, well, those people did this and these people did that. No, we're talking about what you did, what they did. And that type of whataboutism is what allows these extremists to grow. Because when you're saying, well, what about what they did last week? What about what BLM did at the Capitol? What about bullshit? It's straightforward questions, you know, and it's a joke that I was actually shocked at, you know, she was dodging. I mean, I thought she was playing a game of dodgeball. She was dodging these questions. I mean, it was a straightforward thing to take, it was a straightforward question that you just needed yes or no answers. I don't see how it was difficult. How is it difficult to answer those questions? How is it difficult? But that's really all I've got to say for that first half. I just thought it was funny when I watched it, you know. Well, I don't want it. Well, it's like someone trying to decide what they want for lunch at a restaurant and they've got about 5 things on the menu that they like. It was really straightforward. Are neo-Nazis white supremacists? I think that's quite straightforward. But yeah, that's what I've got really from that half. What about you? What did you think?
I agree. I agree with you. Absolutely. And one of the things that I love about watching Jasmine Crockett is that, you know, she's like us, right? Like, she's not letting up. She's not going to back down. And how hard her job must be, right? To sit up there with all of those people each and every day and have to, you know, really get serious matters handled, right? And have serious conversations, but have to come to a place where these people who are in these positions, right, and these professions act and come to work as children in a daycare. I keep saying that. Like, people just continue to act like children in daycares. I can have more, literally, I'm telling you for real, and this is not gaslighting, I'm pretending. I can have more intellectual conversations with my 3-year-old than I'm able to have with a lot of people that I've come into encounter with. I promise to God. I lie to you not. And it's just like the frustration that comes with it, because in order to move on to the next part of the conversation, in order to get something done that's important for the, you know, and yes, the American people, right? They need to come to a conclusion. They need to be able to have the easy conversations and get that out of the way. And then maybe you deal with the meat and potatoes and some of the harder things later. These people are not even able to get past the easier questions and conversations that are placed on the floor. And it's just like, it's so frustrating to watch, because this is what leads to things being drawn out, government shutdowns. Like, it's really just, it's getting out of hand. Like, nobody is coming there really to do their job. They're coming to be cheerleaders and to tap dance for their leader. That's what they're doing. Okay. And we see that in our political and governmental structure right here in the House. And it's, child, when I say that there is definitely a mirror and a parallel, there's definitely a mirror and a parallel when it comes to a lot of this. It's very frustrating to try and have an adult-like conversation and get to the root of the problem and fix something when you have people up here who can't just answer a simple yes or no question. But outside of all of that, you know, we understand the reason why they cannot answer those questions directly, right, and truthfully. It's because they're hiding. They're hiding, and they want to pretend that the answer to that question is not yes when they know it's yes. So they, you know, they tap dance around the question because they don't want to admit, they don't want to come clean. They don't want to be honest. about what is really happening and what's really going on. And at this point, it's too clear, not just for the professionals that work within the House, but even us as the people, right? We see it for what it is. We know the answers to those questions. It's like, oh, pick me, pick me, pick me. I know. It's giving that type of energy because it's like, it's too easy. Answer the question and let's move forward. She has to do this ring around the rosy in the government and the political sector every day that she goes to work. And that just has to be so frustrating, right? Because it's not just having a back and forth or an argument, right, with Neanderthals or, weirdos. This is conversations and hearings that are being had and meetings that are being had that are going to actually affect the overall outcome of the American people. And they cannot even have an adult conversation there. So like when I say, when these stuff is very mirrored, it's very mirrored. The same thing that we deal with here on this YouTube platform, we should not have to turn on our TVs and see the same things happening within the House when it's time for them to have conversations and make decisions, important decisions about the well-being of the American people in this country. And it's just, what do you think? Keep going. You can go.
No, I think that it's because every one of these spaces has turned into, I call it the real house clowns of Congress, because every space, and the same for the UK Parliament, every space has been turned into somewhat of a reality show. Like everybody's acting out and nobody's serious. And and Jasmine's not the only one who suffers from this. There are many people on both sides who suffer from getting a straight answer from people because they want to turn it into TV moments. Everybody wants to be a star. Everybody wants to be a celebrity. Nobody just wants to do a straightforward job anymore and do what they're paid to do. But that's life. That's life in all spaces. And I don't think it's just. It's just, I think Moscovich, I like him. I used to think he was quite funny because he had added some humor. I've always thought that Jasmine, she is like, quite tough, and she, pins people to answering the questions. There are a few of them in Congress that are like that. There's another guy, I think I can't remember which state he is. It's Virginia, and I've forgotten his name. He's really good. There's many of them, but you can see that they struggle when they get in this space when it's just a yes or no answer, and then people start filibustering, because they just want to waste the time. And it's frustrating, and it is frustrating for the people because the people vote for them to represent their interests. And these people are not representing their interests. They're thinking about the next job they're going to get, or the TV moment, or the Fox News clip that it's going to make. And, whether, it's not about telling the truth, it's about, making an impact. And that is the frustration. But anyway, I've said a lot, so we can keep going.
No, you can keep talking. It's always cool. But yeah,
no, it's fine.
I believe it's the performativeness of it all. But I also believe it's just the cowardice of it all. If you're going to be on a side, or like with your eyes open, your ears open, and the participation that you have, right? Because a lot of these people, it's very disheartening that when she asked a question to some of these people that know they rock and they roll and they hang with individuals and people who are, and I hate to say it, neo-Nazis, white supremacists. These are the people that's in their camp. So they know exactly what those people do, what they stand for, and how they move and they operate. But the thing is about that is they're their friend. So they don't want to throw their friends and their people under the bus. And that's why I think it's so hard for them to be honest and answer the question, despite the fact that they have a job to do. It's more so you're in alignment with your loyalty to your group, right? To your friends, to your gang, to your clique, You're not taking into consideration that you need to answer these questions and you need to make decisions predominantly based on the fact that you represent and you are making decisions that are going to change the lives of the American people in the country. You don't care about that. You care about the alliances that you keep. And so it makes it very hard when your back is pushed against the wall and people are actually making and showing you for who you really are. You are not somebody who cares about the position that you hold and the weight of that position. You care about your friendships and the alliances that you have when you walk up out of that office there, or you walk up out of that courtroom or whatever it is, wherever they at, okay, that Capitol, and you go home and you take your suits off and you put on whatever it is you put on and you go hang around your friends. And your friends are the very people that Jasmine is asking you this question about. But you don't want to answer that question truthfully, personally, allegedly, in my opinion of Golden Queen. You don't want to answer those questions truthfully because now you're going to be doing what? Betraying your friend group, betraying the very ones that you suck up to and you pucker up to the butt cheeks of. That's my personal opinion. Golden Queen here saying that. Okay? And that is my perception of it all. You can't do that because you hang out with these people. You rock and roll with them. You don't see nothing wrong with how they move and how they operate. But then yet again, you hold this position where you're not supposed to be biased, but you're allowing yourself to be completely biased and jaded based off of who your friend group is. But let's keep going with some more of the video.
Okay, like we're in real bad times.
I agree.
And so if we put these hateful conversations in our political box and we do the whataboutism, this is just going to continue to spread hate.
I agree 100%. We agree.
Right. And that's why we got to be able to at least agree to a simple set of facts that neo-Nazis are supremacists. Right? Okay. We've moved on. We've moved on. You're there.
But you all use white supremacists as a broad statement.
I didn't listen. I didn't say anything other than they're supremacists.
Okay.
And they are.
I apologize to you, sir.
Okay. Black woman who can't say white supremacist. Lord have mercy. That's what happens when you kiss MAGA ass. Okay. There was some additional drama at today's hearing. Roll it.
Neil, they had an extremist file webpage, didn't they?
Yes.
And they would, on this webpage, they would pick out some crazy hate guy and they would, some bad guy. And he was like the extremist of the month. They would highlight him and they would say, send us money to stop so-and-so. Is that right?
Exactly.
And F42 was one of the field sources, number 42, chair of some crazy hate group. The Southern Poverty Law Center highlighted him on their webpage. He's bad. He's evil. Send us money. Is that right?
Yes.
Did they tell their prospective donors they were paying this guy?
No.
They didn't tell him. Did they tell him they were paying him $140,000?
No, not to my knowledge.
So they said, let's stop the racists, even though we're paying him to be racist. That was their pitch. But they didn't tell him that, did they?
No, they did not.
Is that appropriate, Miss Wiley?
I'm sorry, which part? Sorry.
All of that. Is that appropriate to say, tell your donors, this is the extremist of the month. This hateful racist guy is really bad. Send us money, but not tell those donors who you're taking their money from that we're paying this guy $140,000. Is that appropriate?
Well, we have public reporting that over a dozen donors actually said that
simple
they
question.
spent the money
Field source 42 got 140 grand from the Southern Poverty Law Center, was featured on their webpage as extremist of the year or month or whatever they call these bad guys, and they were paying him and they were gating money. Is that appropriate? Simple question.
And donors have supported it, and they keep trying to send
So
more
it is
money
appropriate.
to the Southern Poverty Law
No.
Center.
Is that technique appropriate? That's what I'm asking.
That is not unlawful to say that people have done.
I didn't
X,
ask if
Y,
it was
or
lawful or
Z.
unlawful. As you said earlier in your testimony, the court's going to determine that when they go to when they go to trial. What I'm asking you, is it appropriate?
As I said, the donors have spoken. And in fact, they're trying to send more money now, and their financial institutions refusing to send the money.
Is the Alliance Defending Freedom, is that a hate group?
I don't know. I don't do designations.
Well, are argued 16 cases before the Supreme Court, won 16 cases before the Supreme Court to stand for traditional values. Southern Poverty Law Center labeled them a hate group. Are they a hate group?
I don't know them, and I don't work on the
Well,
designation.
here's one thing.
I'm here to talk
let me
about
ask
the
you
impact
this.
on
Is
civil
Jane's
rights.
Revenge, is that a hate group? Because the ADF, they didn't firebomb anybody, but Jane's Revenge did. ADF is labeled a hate group. Jane's Revenge isn't. I want to know how you would label.
I'm not here as a person who designates groups. I'm here to talk about the impact on civil rights.
Okay. Mr. O'Neill, you think any of these field sources were double dipping? I mean, during the Biden, Ray, Garland administration, the Justice Department paid a bunch of confidential human sources, a bunch of them. We know a bunch of them were at the Capitol on January 6th. 4 went in the Capitol. And I'm just wondering if the same entity, the Justice Department under President Biden, paying these confidential human sources, who was working with the Southern Poverty Law Center, having quarterly meetings with them, consulting with them, giving them FBI data before anyone else could see it, having them train their prosecutors. I'm just wondering, do you think it was out of the realm of possibility that the Justice Department was paying the same sources the SPLC was paying?
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. I have no information or knowledge that they were double dipping. I would say that Stephen J. Ross, who is author of The Secret War Against Hate, which is about the history of informants that Jewish groups had placed in some of these violent groups back, decades and decades before the SPLC ever existed. He said that neither the ADL nor the American Jewish Committee nor the Anti-Nazi League did anything like highlighting informants online as in extremist profiles while also funding them.
Yeah. Last question, I'll come to you, Mr. Perkins. In your opening statement, you talked about how it was just worse than the SPLC because how they've put themselves out there or become the standard of help from the government, I think, in becoming the source of the standard on evaluating and determining what groups are hate groups, what groups aren't. But it's bigger and broader. It has things. But I think the real thing here is how closely they worked with the government to carry out what they were trying to do. And the reason the Biden administration embraced them, I think, so fully was politics, simple politics. You agree?
Well, there are members of this committee that were endorsed by SPLC. They had a C4 was involved in elections. So they were not just an umpire. They were a player on the field as well. So how can they be objective in determining who is a purveyor of hate and who is not? I mean, they had a stake in this. But to your point about their engagement with government, it goes much further than the federal government and the FBI and the Department of Justice and the Department of Defense, which their material was in briefing to the members of the military. But they also continue to have their Learning for Justice, which is about 500,000 educators across America, and bulletins to local law enforcement.
All right, y'all. So we're going to stop that video right there and do a little bit of commentary and move on to the next topic. But one of the things that I wanted to do, aside from us watching the video, is just break down a few of the facts when it comes to the SPLC. Because a lot of people may be listening to the video and not fully understand or know what is happening, what are they talking about. Yes, we heard what Jasmine, had to say when just asking a few questions to gain some additional context within this hearing that they're having. But let's talk about the SPLC. So the SPLC is the Southern Poverty Law Center. It is legendary, a 50-year-old civil rights nonprofit organization that is based in Montgomery, Alabama. Now, the track record. For decades, they have been famous for legally dismantling white supremacist organizations, tracking domestic hate groups, and infiltrating extremist networks like the KKK and the neo-Nazis. So that ties into why Jasmine was asking a few of those questions. To share intelligence with the FBI to prevent domestic terror plots, okay? Now here's the target. Because of their central role in tracking right-wing and anti-government extremists, they have long been a primary target for conservative and far-right critics. Now, within this current hearing that we were just listening to some of, and the manufacturing of hate, this hearing, yesterday on May 20th, okay? the Republican-led House Judiciary Committee held a high-stakes, incredibly hostile hearing titled The Southern Poverty Law Center, Manufacturing Hate. This congressional hearing is happening in tandem with a highly controversial Trump Department of Justice, DOJ, prosecution against the SPLC. So let's talk about the Republican and the MAGA allegations. Led by Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan and conservative witness, including Tyler O'Neill from the Daily Signal and Tony Perkins from the Family Research Council, Republicans are arguing that the SPLC is a corrupt organization that artificially inflates the domestic extremist threat to scare donors and target conservative groups. They also have the donor fraud claim. The Trump DOJ and committee Republicans claim that the SPLC defrauded its donors. How did they do this? They allege that the SPLC funneled money to extremists because the organization paid undercover informants to infiltrate and collect intelligence on neo-Nazis and KKK groups. Now, what is the counter narrative? Republicans argue that the SPLC's hate map weaponized civil rights policies to unfairly label mainstream conservative and religious organizations as hate groups. Now let's get into the Democrats. The Democratic and the Civil Rights Defense, led by ranking member Jamie Raskin and witness Maya Wiley, who is the CEO of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. Democrats absolutely unloaded on the Republicans during this hearing, calling the hearing and the DOJ prosecution a sham attack and a scandalous persecution. No actual victims. Raskin pointed out the hypocrisy of the donor fraud charge. He noted that while thousands of students successfully sued Donald Trump for fraud over Trump University, not a single real-life SPLC donor has come forward to claim they were defrauded. Donors know the SPLC pays informants to infiltrate dangerous groups. Here's the chilling dissent. Civil rights organizations and the ACLU are sounding the alarm, stating that Trump's administration is actively weaponizing the DOJ to financially drain, intimidate, and silence progressive watchdog groups. Now here comes the financial squeeze, y'all, because we know it always has to do with money. The strategy is already working as a scare tactic. Major donor advised funds like Fidelity, Vanguard, and Schwab have already temporarily cut off customer donations to the SPLC simply because it's under active government investigation. Now, Imani, would you like to chime in on some of this before we move on to the next topic? I just wanted to give some of that information there so we can have a little bit of background as far as
No. I think you've covered it well. Obviously, an organization like the NAACP or the Southern Poverty Law Center, they will be under target and they will be under scrutiny. And personally, I do think accountability matters. So what they do and how they use their money, should be up for scrutiny, and people should be able to be transparent to any questions answered. I know that there's a lot of weaponization of the DOJ, but if you hopefully if you've done nothing and they can afford the lawyers to defend them, then there won't be nothing. So no, I don't think there's anything more than that. There's not a lot you could say about that hearing, but they go the way most of these Congress hearings go. It's more about performance and sound bites than it really is about getting anything, getting any real results from these committees. And what people have to realize is each one of these committees takes money from the budget to be formed to get witnesses in to organize these hearings. So this is your money, your taxpayer dollars being spent for these waste of time hearings when people can't answer yes or no.
Right.
So,
Thank you
but
for that.
anyway, let's
No,
keep
no.
on. Let's keep going because obviously,
Wait,
we have.
because I want to tie this in before we move on, because you said exactly what needed to be said. When it comes to, we're talking about these fundings, and these fundings derive directly from taxpayer dollars. And so basically, what is being talked about when it comes to this, and the hypocrisy of it all, is because remember, just yesterday, we talked about the DOJ and this 1.7 or $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund, right? And so basically, if we tie that into exactly what the frustration is here, is, there is a double standard that is happening right now. On one hand, the Trump DOJ is setting up about a 1.77 or $1.8 billion fund to hand out taxpayers' money, right? Because it comes from the taxpayers. And apologies to the January 6th defendants claiming government lawfare. On the other hand, that exact same DOJ is using actual lawfare to prosecute a 50-year-old civil rights organization for doing the undercover informant work it has always done to stop white supremacy. So it is a textbook example of institutional flip-flopping, defending far-right actors while aggressively prosecuting civil rights watchdogs. Do you agree with that, Imani, as well? You can unmute.
Sorry, yeah, I think they're out there. It's about extremist groups, and extremist groups exist on both sides. That I will say, and that is what they are a watchdog for. I know it tends to focus more on the far right groups, but I do, the slush fund is not something that anybody can explain, answer, or justify. Because, like I said, in order to get a pardon, you have to admit guilt. You therefore are saying you're guilty of something in order to get that pardon.
Of course, they can't explain it or justify it because it's fraudulent. It's fraudulent. Most criminals are not just going to put their hands up in the air and say, yeah, I'm guilty. I'll explain exactly what I did to steal money and, weaponize certain things for my benefit, right? They're not going to sit up there and be honest with you when it comes to that. We have to do the research, and we have to put our knowledge and our minds and our heads together to see exactly what is happening and play it out before our eyes. So, of course, just like you said, they can't answer just a yes or no, because like you said, that will tie into the guilt of the crime. And these criminals will not admit the crimes that they commit. But yes, moving on. Sorry, y'all, we're a little bit behind. We did run over a little bit longer when it came to our housekeeping today, but it was a lot of things that we needed to, address. But let's move on to our second topic for the live. Latino voters up for grabs, the reality in swing districts. So a major Televisa Univision / Harris poll has completely disrupted conventional political calculus, revealing that a staggering 52% of Hispanic registered voters across 17 crucial battleground congressional districts remain entirely undecided or open to changing their vote. Defying outdated assumptions about rigid partisan alignment, the data shows that Latino voters are highly fluid and completely up for grabs in the races that will determine control of Congress. Economic pressure is the defining issue. 90% rate of cost of living as their top priority, with 73% reporting that they are merely surviving rather than getting ahead. Furthermore, 53% state they will back the candidate who best understands their daily lived experiences, heavily outweighing party loyalty or specific policy details. So that's the next video we're going to go ahead and get into, y'all. And when it comes to this, we do actually have two videos. They're both kind of short. So 2 videos that we're going to play for y'all so you can see the stats for yourself, and you can also hear the reports on what is happening when it comes to this. And then we will also do our commentary in between. So let's go ahead and get into this first video. Let me get that pulled up for y'all real quick. And this, again, like I said, is from one of our favorite news stations we watch over here in reports from MS Now that has, you know, a lot of different correspondents that we like. So this one is going to be coming directly from, let's see who's speaking on this today. They typically tell us. Let me see. Did they put it in there? No, they didn't put it in, but that's okay. So let's go ahead and get this video up real quick. This is on MS Now, and they will be giving us some information on the polling and when it comes to the Latino vote. Let's get into it, and we will meet y'all over in the chat.
Earlier this week, we showed you results of a nationwide New York Times Siena poll that shows President Trump's approval at just 20% among Hispanic Americans. As for what that means for the midterms, a new Harris Univision poll shows Latino voters in swing districts still very much up for grabs, with 52% of the voting bloc saying they still are undecided or could be persuaded when it comes to candidates in their districts. Let's bring in the CEO of Univision, Daniel Alegre. Daniel, always great to have you with us. Let's walk through some of your polling, but also the larger question of how a president who 18 months ago won 48% of the Latino vote, a huge number for a Republican president, down now at 20%, at least in that New York Times poll. Obviously, Latino voters have the same concerns of all Americans, which is their pocketbook. The economy is not good. But what else do you think is driving that number?
Well, Willie, thank you for having me. And, you know, the reporting that Lydia just showed is what we do at Univision. You know, we really fundamentally are the voice of Hispanics and need to be very, very close to all the issues that matter to Hispanics. This poll that we just released is part of our overall strategy of making sure that what really matters to Hispanics makes it to the forefront. In 2024, what we saw is a fundamental change of how Hispanics view the big issues that matter to them. Before then, they were essentially a predominantly Democratic vote. And in 24, that shifted to be an issues vote. You know, what are the issues that really fundamentally matter to them? And at that time, and is still the case now, as we saw in the poll that we released just yesterday, it's all about the economy. It's the cost of living, the cost of groceries, the cost of gasoline. And in 24, they voted for that specific reason. And the polling that we released yesterday shows not only that those are the issues that really matter, but the Hispanic community is really suffering. There's a very interesting number that 73% of Hispanics here in the United States feel that they are just barely surviving. You know, it's not that they're saving or they're thriving, that they are surviving. And 80% of Hispanics lend to other people in their community. So they're really feeling it across the board. And you're seeing that reflected in the numbers that we published yesterday.
So, Daniel, much has been made of the inroads that President Trump and Republicans made among some Latino voters in 2024. We see poll after poll that support has eroded. But yet, as we're showing on the screen right now, 52% of Latino voters in swing districts remain undecided. So they haven't necessarily been swayed, it would appear, by what Democrats are offering. Tell us more about what you found.
Well, that's exactly the point. It may be surprising to your audience, but Hispanics have yet to decide who they're going to vote for. And this is an issue on both sides of the aisle, both on the Republican and the Democratic side. As I said, Hispanics are feeling the pain. As the largest Spanish media company, Univision, we want to make sure that their voice is heard. So we have a very significant Get Out the Vote campaign that we literally just started in a matter of hours. We were able to register 24,000 Hispanics to vote, and they are very, very animated and very active. You know, another interesting stat, between 2020 and 2024, 50% of net new voters in the United States were Hispanic. And if you just see the growth of the Hispanic demographic here in the United States, that's only accelerating. And what they're asking is, we want candidates who understand the issues that matter to us. We want people who speak directly to us. And a few examples of campaigns who've actually leaned into the Hispanic message. Talarico, for instance, in his primary fight in Texas, he fundamentally leaned in, connected with the Hispanic community in Spanish, on Spanish media, and you saw the outcome. Cheryl and Chiarelli in New Jersey did the same thing. And Ted Cruz, when he was fighting against Allred, did the same thing. If you speak to this community about the issues that matter to them in the language that they feel most comfortable in, you'll get Hispanics and you'll get their vote.
It's Richard Haas. I have a question for you. To what extent has Venezuela or could Cuba affect the Hispanic vote? Are these issues that matter to them or not?
It's a great question. The Hispanic vote and the Hispanics in the United States, it's not a monolithic one issue constituents. You may have first to fifth generation Cubans. You've got Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Mexicans. For all of them, they have different points of views. Our news studios in Miami are in Doral, which is a very, very significant Venezuelan community. And they were very happy about what had happened earlier on in Venezuela. But, it really depends location by location and demographic by demographic, and also generation by generation, how they feel about it. It happens with Cuba, it happens with Venezuela, it happens with immigration. And what is absolutely key for the candidates, if they want to win this vote, is they have to be completely connected to the local constituents and see what really matters to them, and then be able to provide a convincing argument as to why they should win their vote.
CEO of Univision, Daniel Alegre, thank you very much. Please come back. We really appreciate the reporting and analysis from Univision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mika.
Very much.
All right, Imani. So we're going to go ahead now. That's the end of that video, and do our commentary on this. Now, I have a lot of really, I would say maybe deep talking points when it comes to this. And I do want to make a quick disclaimer before we start discussing it. I believe that the greatest thing and the best way to have this discussion is, possibly to have it with some individuals and people from the Hispanic community. That would be my favorable goal. But, I don't know if anybody's listening out there that might can chime in, or if there's anybody that can join us. But we can speak from a place of intellect, research, because we do follow politics and, all of this very closely. So we can speak from that aspect. But I guess, one of the best things to do would be to speak directly to, the people. But what are some of your thoughts on this when it comes to, why do you think, when it comes to the votes and the percentage right now of so many Hispanics that are still, possibly on the fence when it comes to what side that they're going to take it and who they want to vote for or who they want to support?
Well, what I thought was interesting about this segment is Trump's approval amongst Hispanics in 2024 was about 48%, and now it's just now just 20%, which is more than half. He's lost more than half of the support. But what is affecting everyone, what people are voting on, is the kitchen table stuff. It's the cost of living, it's groceries, it's gas. It's not the party labels. Now, why the reason why many people are on the fence is no party, even in what I think is incredible, because this should be a time for Democrats to run away with the vote. But they're not offering anything significant for anybody to make a decision. So the fact that people are on the fence, yes, they know what they've had, but they really want to know what they're going to get if they change their vote. And that is down to the Democratic strategy, which they spend time fighting and pointing and not saying what they're going to do. what they're going to do when they win all these seats, what they're going to do with the Congress budget, how they're going to improve things, how they're going to turn this around. So it's not the fault of the voter, it's the fault of the politicians that they're not giving them any answers to what they really want to know. What will you do to get down the price of groceries, the cost of living, gas, and what will you put in place in order to turn this around? What are you going to do if you get the Senate and you get Congress? How are you going to change this? Because right about now, it's a hot mess. And that's what the issue is. And I'm not surprised that people are still undecided, but I think it's the arrogance of the Democrats to think that the mess is so bad, they'll just vote for us because people will just have apathy and not bother. So they need to get a wriggle on and really start putting out their policies, what they're going to change, what are they going to do to improve it. And they can't treat the Latino vote as, like they said, as a monolith, because what works in Miami doesn't necessarily work in Phoenix. What works in Texas doesn't necessarily work in New Jersey. There are many different aspects to and needs of the different groups of voters. So you can't just treat the Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans, the Mexicans, and the Venezuelans and the Cubans as one community. They have different priorities, and they're shaped by their lived experience, their geography, the generations, and that's what I think. So I'm not surprised, and I don't think it's down to people to point fingers at the voters and say that it's their fault. They're not getting any answers as to what's going to change, and that's the fault of politicians, not the voter. That's my take on it.
Okay. Yeah. Basically most of the things that you said, I absolutely agree with. I have some things that I wanted to go into a little bit more of a deeper detail about. And I just want to say, with a disclosure that, I'm not trying to be judgmental or disrespectful or anything of that nature, because I've had these conversations, right? And with different groups and races, right? Especially when it comes to Hispanic. Everybody clearly know my boyfriend Hispanic. So I've had conversations with him, and we have deep conversations about this within like the Hispanic group within itself, right? There are, just like when it comes to Black people, there's, it's separated in some ways, and so there's some things that I just wanted to kind of add to that, to why I think we could be experiencing, these differences within the votes that people may expect, right? You may expect or say it's a no-brainer that, yeah, all Hispanic people, they're going to vote in a certain way or, for a certain party because they're Hispanic. But there's a lot of differences when it comes to that. And there's three main ones that I wanted to talk about, and I want y'all to bear with me as I get through these, okay? And again, like I said, preferably what I would love is to have someone, from the Hispanic communities to be able to speak with me and for this topic, because you need to know from the people, who are experiencing these things and going through these things, and give you that full on, feedback. But from the notes that I've taken, these are the three things that I think could possibly be, and I'm not saying are for sure, but could possibly be why we're seeing this difference in the amount on the fence of the votes and stuff and the numbers. So I don't even want to start with number one. I'm going to start with number two, and I'm going to come back to number one, because people are always going to say, that's how I think and how I move, but it is a thing. So number two, let's just say business and the grind culture factor, class dynamics, right? So business and economic mobility plays a massive role in why many Hispanic voters are on the fence or leaning conservative. The entrepreneurial hustle. The Latino community has one of the highest rates of new small business creation in the United States. Because of this heavy emphasis on entrepreneurship, independent contracting, and building from the ground up. Many voters are deeply susceptible to conservative talking points regarding deregulation, lowering tax burdens on small businesses, and pulling yourself up by the bootstraps. Then we can talk about the class split. This creates a friction point. We have a segment of working class Latinos who are working multiple jobs just to survive. The 73% just getting by from the Harris poll. And you have an emerging middle to upper class of business owners whose voting priorities shift entirely toward protecting their bottom line. Both sides feel alienated by the current political parties, whether it's Democrat or Republican. And why they're on the fence, the political disconnect. Because of these internal fractures, class versus survival, and I'll get into the first one, and this is why I'll be speaking on it, but white proximity versus Black solidarity, neither political party is successfully closing the deal. The Democratic failure. Democrats often make the mistake of treating Latino voters through a singular lens, usually focusing heavily on immigration reform, but as the data shows, 90% care primarily about the cost of living and groceries. Furthermore, by ignoring the cultural and racial nuances within the community, their messaging feels generic and pandering. Now, the Republican trap. Republicans appeal heavily to the business-minded, traditional, and religious sector of the community. However, their extreme aggressive rhetoric on mass deportations and border militarization acts as a massive roadblock for the millions of Latinos who have mixed status families or care deeply about human rights, right? So on both sides, both of them, are like not necessarily, standing up, providing and speaking about what is important at the core for, a lot of the Latino community, right? And we will go back up to my very first one, which I'm just going to point it out because how I am. I'm going to say it and I have to say it. Proximity to whiteness versus proximity to Blackness, colorism and race. I know people are tired of hearing this, but it is a thing. Okay? Now, let's get into it. The proximity dynamic. Some Hispanic individuals, particularly those who are lighter skinned and have European ancestry, view themselves as closer proximity to whiteness, historically and politically. Groups that have successfully assimilated to American whiteness tend to lean more conservative, aligning with traditional power structures and anti-Blackness. The proximity to Blackness for some Hispanics, on the flip side, are the Afro-Latinos and the darker-skinned Latinos, often experience the exact same systemic racism over policing and discrimination as Black Americans do. Their political alignment naturally leans towards civil rights and progressive policies because their lived experiences mirror the Black American struggle. Now, I don't know if y'all had heard, but it was a little bit way back a few years ago or whatnot. And yes, she is a reality TV star and sometimes problematic, but Jasmine Hernandez did speak out a little bit about this a few years back, if y'all can recall. I can't pinpoint the video right now, but I'll bring it up because I think it was an excellent conversation that she had. But let's talk about cultural reference, okay? Now, let's think about artists or someone such as a Shakira. Shakira is a white Euro-descendant Latina from Colombia. Her experience with race, privilege, and the American gaze is entirely different from someone such as a Cardi B or a Jasmine Hernandez. Now, Cardi B was Afro-Latina of Dominican and Trinidadian descent, and she is from the Bronx. Jasmine Hernandez, who is Puerto Rican, has openly spoken out about these complex racial layers. When mainstream media or politicians say the Latino vote, they are erasing the fact that a white Latina from Miami or an Afro-Latina from New York do not navigate America the same way, nor do they vote the same way. And I think that ties into what you were saying as well, Imani. And it doesn't, yes, we can bring in, the different dynamics as far as breaking down, the races and, the different backgrounds, but it also, at the very core, what it boils down to is humanity, right? And what the needs of that group is, right? And it does, even if they're Latino or
It was
Latina.
just, sorry, can I just say, it was just like what I said about the Caribbean, treating the Caribbean
Exactly.
islands as a monolith, and they're separate
Right.
countries with different
Exactly.
needs, different lived experiences. That's why I think, that how people vote is based on their, how long they've been here, their generational experience, their lived experience. You can't treat Latinos as a monolith, and that's what the problem is. And the biggest problem for the Democrats is their messaging, that we
Yeah.
don't have it in this current environment. We don't know, because they're so busy putting out fires that they're forgetting that they have an election to win. But there is one small housekeeping thing I want to talk about before you go on. Just to let you
Okay.
know, I was listening to 82 talking about politics recently.
Okay.
And I know today is Thursday, but every Tuesday he gives, I think he gives the votes that are, or the elections that are taking place, to remind people to go out and vote, which I think is a really good idea. So he's giving the states and what vote it is. It's a good idea if you want to know if something's going on in your state. He said he's going to do this every Tuesday. He's going to look up the states that are voting and tell people the elections that are going on and the primaries that are happening. I think it's a really good idea because he's going to be the human voting calendar. So that's
I like that.
82 on his political staff on a Tuesday is going to give a reminder of the elections and the primaries that are taking place. So
Okay.
you should tune
Okay.
in to his political stuff on a Tuesday if you want to know if you have to vote in your state. And that was the housekeeping for voting that I wanted to talk about.
Okay. I love that. Yo, shout out to 82 for real. Because, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's so many of us, content creators or just whoever we are, and period. I see and I witnessed it. Like, we all have our own different styles, right? We all have our own different ways of doing things, but we have so much we can bring to the table. And so when I hear something like that, I'm like, yo, that's dope. I like that. I will back that. I will support that. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm into politics. I love politics. So, and I think that's an excellent thing to do because it really does help us learn, especially if you have, he has a great, decent sized platform. Like, he's really doing his thing over there. And I think that's excellent that he incorporated that into some of the content that he does. You know what I'm saying? So salute to 82 for doing that. I'll go over there and check him out. You said it's on Tuesdays. He'll be doing that every Tuesday.
I'm not sure if that's the only day he does politics, but he said on Tuesdays he's going to be given the states and the elections that are happening.
Okay.
And I hope I haven't misunderstood that, but I believe that was what he was saying when I watched one of his political lives the other day. So it's a
Okay.
good idea because some people don't know when the primaries are happening. They don't know the elections that are happening. But he said he is going to give a reminder to people who may have forgotten that elections are happening in their states.
Okay. That's dope. I love that. I really love that though, because that is true. A lot of people just may not know, and it's not, may not always be present or whatnot in community. I know, like here in my city where we live at, there's a push for it. So like, they'll post up that information and stuff in grocery stores. They have like people, who are like set up like little tents and stuff like that, especially during the summertime, where they're passing out information, little ballot card. I mean, not ballot cards, but like little cards and whatnot to let like who's running in your district, in your area and stuff like that, to, bring that information to you if you don't know it. They'll be out in public places, and presenting and providing that information for you so you can know. You can know where to go, you can know where to vote, you can know who's running, all those things. And we got to remember, you know, like we always say over here, is really in the United States. You know, I can't be sure how the election setup is in any other state. I'm sorry, in any other country. But in the United States, I know it's like, you know, one thing that is really, really important for us, and other countries that may be the same as well, is our local elections. And so, you know, after I started getting into politics and really paying close attention to it, that's one of the things that I always try to push and remind people is like our local elections actually hold a lot of weight, maybe more so the most weight outside of the presidential election, right? Because our local officials that we voted, those are the ones, you know, that are going to put things in place and make a difference for what is happening in our cities, you know, like in our zip codes where we live at, the schools and stuff that our children go to, the grocery stores, our jobs, our what is it I'm looking for, y'all? Anyway, I'll find the word later. It'll come to me. But all of those different.
We're going to do the other one, the other. I think it
The
was
other,
about. Was it about ice? Ice. Was it about ice?
No, the next one we have is ICE, but there was another video for the Latino voters and all of that, but we don't have to do that because it's kind of redundant. Let's just move on to ICE. You want to do a quick song break and then get into ICE, or you want to just go right into it?
Let's go into the ice one, and then we'll do a song break afterwards.
Okay, let's do ICE. This one's not too long. We'll get into that, y'all. So let me get that video pulled up and give y'all a brief synopsis of what will be discussed on this video and with this topic. So give me just a second. And again, this is from MS Now, and it is Ripping Families Apart: How ICE is detaining and deporting pregnant and postpartum mothers. That is the most hard time, you know, to go through any type of additional stress, because if you're already pregnant, you're already postpartum, you're already under enough stress. And to be, you know, getting snatched up and being deported, you know, I just can't imagine. But anyway, let's talk about it. So Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which is ICE, is facing severe national backlash following documentation by the ACLU and internal DHS disclosures revealing systemic abuse and neglect of pregnant, postpartum, and nursing immigrant mothers. Despite ICE Directive 11032.4 explicitly stating the agency should not detain or deport pregnant or nursing individuals except under extraordinary circumstances, data shows that ICE deported 363 pregnant, postpartum, or nursing women over a recent 13-month stretch. First-hand accounts expose horrific conditions, including women being shackled while actively losing a child during childbirth, denied prenatal vitamins, placed in solidarity confinement, and forcibly separated from breastfeeding their newborn child. Activists and lawmakers are demanding immediate congressional intervention and the passing of the Stop Shackling and Detaining Pregnant Women Act. So let's go ahead and get this video pulled up and listen to a little bit more of this, y'all.
I think
all
it's
right.
a short one, so we can play the whole video. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just play it from beginning to end, and then we'll make our commentary. Stuff like this is very triggering. So yes, we will put a trigger warning here. Let's listen in, and we'll make our commentary at the end.
Brookings Institution shows more than 145,000 children with U.S. citizenship have experienced the detention of at least one of their parents amid the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. And new reporting from Univision tells the story of Ana Delgado, a mother of two who was deported after being transferred to various U.S. detention centers during her time in ICE custody. She faced health complications after being unable to express breast milk and suffering from mastitis. She is just one of a reported 363 pregnant, postpartum, or breastfeeding women who have been detained between June 2025 and March of this year. And joining us now, Univision reporter Lydia Terrazas, who's been tracking these stories. Lydia, I've been following your reporting, and I really appreciate it. We've got to bring these stories home on a very personal level. So first, tell us about this mother and how you found out about it and what you know about the conditions she faced in detention, and then, of course, developing mastitis. Where does this story stand right now?
Mika, thanks for having me. Ana Delgado had lived in the United States for over 7 years. She has 2 United States citizen children. Isaiah is 4 and Hannah is 1. Now, I heard about the story from an organization here in Texas, and they were trying to raise awareness about her situation. She was detained back on April 29th in her home during a routine immigration check-in in front of her 2 small children. She was still breastfeeding Hannah regularly, almost exclusively. The detention came to her surprise because she actually had a couple of immigration cases pending, including an I-130, because she is also married to a United States citizen. So she ended up in the Carnes Detention Center here in Texas, where she, struggled to get a breast pump. She ended up getting a breast pump eventually after practically begging for one, asking for a doctor because she developed mastitis. She had fever, she had chills, she had a lot of pain. She said the breast pump didn't actually work. So she ended up having to find relief in the shower, which is actually something that we've heard from several women who were postpartum, who were nursing, that have been detained in the last few months.
And what is the status now? I also had seen you traveling with a husband. I don't know if it was hers, trying to get babies to their mothers to be able to breastfeed. I mean, this is horrendous, especially if breastfeeding is the only way they can feed their children. Financially, it's a huge toll on the family left behind with the babies.
For Ana, she was deported a few days ago. She was transferred to Arizona and quickly deported. That's sort of the system. Once there's a transfer specifically to Eloy, Arizona, we can predict that that mother is most likely going to be deported. I do want to mention that, the detention of women, pregnant women, and nursing women goes against the Department of Homeland Security's own directive that states those detentions shouldn't happen unless there are extreme circumstances. But now these detentions are extremely regular. In terms of the father that I followed to a detention center in Louisiana, that was actually Paula Kluat's case. That was one of the first cases of this type that we saw, and it was actually back in July of last year. And he had to take the baby she was detained when the baby was 9 weeks old. So it was extremely important to help this mom not only continue to produce breast milk, but to find some relief, because she was also in extreme pain after and during her detention.
Tell me about Evelyn Sanchez, who's originally from Honduras, who also had a similar situation.
Yes, it's the exact same situation. She had 2 United States citizen children. One is a baby, and she was actually detained in Dilley. I do cover the Dilley Detention Center, which is a family detention center. That's what it's considered almost exclusively at this point. And she was detained as she was driving in California. So she was it was a traffic stop. And she ends up being taken to Dilley with her eldest son and separated from her 2 younger children. One of them, she was breastfeeding. And she was released a day before Mother's Day. So she did have the opportunity to be with her children on Mother's Day, but her message was very clear. She said, "I am not the only one." And she was actually the beginning of us uncovering sort of a pattern of a growing population, specifically in the Dilley Detention Center, the family residential center here in Texas, of breastfeeding, postpartum, and pregnant women, that it's apparently a population of detainees that has been growing in the last few weeks. This is according to not only attorneys, but organizations that are familiar with these cases.
All right. We'd love to have you back to talk more about all these different cases that are happening there. Univision reporter Lydia Terrazas, thank you very much.
All right, y'all. That was a nice, a little short one, pretty much straight to the point. But yeah, this is what's happening. And I can just, and I think a lot of women can just almost imagine what that could possibly be like, right? To be pregnant, to be postpartum, to have just delivered an infant or a child and have to, breastfeed, and also could be possibly going through complications that you're not necessarily getting the proper, medical assistance for. Because, after sometimes having a baby, a lot of women do go through complications, pain. There is a lot of pain, child. We know this, okay? Feeding that child. If you're unable to successfully breastfeed or feed that child, do you think that they're providing formula to these women in detention centers that have just given birth to a child? I highly doubt that they're providing them formula to be able to give. So all they can rely on is what God created us to be able to feed our babies and our children with, is, the breast milk. And, if you're having complications with that, or, I just can't, y'all. I don't know. I try to, report on these things so we can see, so we can have a level of understanding and humanity when it comes to things that are happening, and try to tie it in and get people to understand, like, haven't we been through these things? And we, sometimes when we go through them, we have the luxuries of being maybe in a hospital or at a home or getting medical attention when it comes to that. And when you have to sit by and see that because somebody has claimed or deemed that someone doesn't belong in this country and they need to be in a detention center and detained during that time, as a mother that's pregnant or has just had a child, is going through postpartum depression and mental, and on top of the depression that they may be going through just from the pregnancy and the hormonal imbalance alone, the stress and anxiety they have to go through because they're being detained and treated like they're just an animal. It hurts me. It really hurts me that people are experiencing these things. And us, there's some of us out here that care. We care and we see it for what it is. But there's so many of us out here that don't care. So I don't know. That just really hurts me. What do you think about this, Imani?
Well, it's the cruelty, which is the intent. This is what they want to do. They want to discourage people from trying to come into the country, show them how they can be treated. I think it's inhumane. They're contradicting what their own directive is, which states that pregnant, postpartum, and nursing women should not be detained unless it's under extreme circumstances. But apparently this is happening regularly now, and it has severe consequences. There's the medical neglect, there's the separation, and what people may be forgetting is, before this administration, these children, the children of these mothers, would have been considered automatic US citizens. Because remember, a lot of these women have US husbands. And it's the long-term damage that this can cause to families. And it's not a series of isolated incidents, it's a pattern. And it raises serious concerns about human rights. Not only the treatment of mother and infants, the treatment of anybody that is being detained in these centres, because it's not only we're seeing a focus because what they go, what what the media is focusing on is mothers and children, but there are a lot of people, men, women, men and women, who are being mistreated in these centres. So it is not a joke, and this has been ramped up. We saw the Minnesota stuff. It is, you know, it's inhumane. I mean, what did we hear about the other day? The woman from Colombia that was deported to the Democratic Republic of Congo. I mean, it's mad and crazy. I can't say a lot more, but the intent is to be as cruel and as harsh as possible, and is to deter people from trying to seek refuge in the US. And you know, people need, to be able to access legal help, and they should do. And hopefully at some point we can, be able to give some resources where people can go to. I know there's a couple of lawyers that are on YouTube itself, and I'm going to find out who are helping people in these situations. And you don't necessarily have to be a pregnant mother to need the help. You just need to be able to talk to someone about your immigration status, because I wouldn't wish, time in a detention center on anybody, no matter who you
Right.
are or how you came into this country. I think,
Right.
we seem to have, what it is people turning a blind eye to this, because on top of this, as I said, if you're starving people, if people have, the cost of living has gone up, they can't afford their groceries. You got to understand that people are looking at what is impacting them, and the easiest people to blame are what you considered to be the people who are getting freebies and living off government handouts. And it's not the case, because it's total there's a misinformation campaign about immigration, and that's not only here, it's in the UK as well. So
Okay.
but we'll keep, you're going to go for music, we're going to go for a quick music break. I think we've only got we've got the Newsom stuff, and what else have we got apart from that?
So we got 4 more topics that we got to get into, but these videos are very short and sweet and straight to the point, so they won't take us very much time or whatnot. Yeah, I had some more notes or whatnot, some things that I had written down and created to be able to read off as far as the severity when it comes to this, but we maybe can just do a separate live when it comes to that. So we'll move forward. We'll take a quick song break because we're already almost at the 3-hour mark. We'll take the quick song break and we'll come back. When we come back, we got to talk about.
Sorry, I didn't realize you had more. Sorry.
No,
Apologies.
it's okay. No, it's okay. Because like I said, we got off to a slow start this morning because our housekeeping took a little bit more effort to clean up today. We had to bust out the brooms, the Febreze, all of the stuff, child. We had to bust out all the cleaning supplies. But anyway, we'll take the quick song break, and when we come back, we'll go back again to MS Now, and we'll be talking about, basically how they're trying to fight back with this bipartisan revolt against the DOJ's Anti-Weaponization Fund. They are trying to fight back and dismantle it. And so we will talk about that after this quick song break, y'all. We will be right back, and we'll jump right back into it. Thank you all so much for listening, whether you're in the chat or you're in the bushes. We appreciate it. Hopefully, we all are learning something and taking something from this. But yeah, we'll be right back.
simple peace, a righteous way to these are the needs, the bedrock and the basic, the sacred ground of the whole human race. But the screen is screaming, selling something cheap, while the real world babies cry themselves to sleep. We are human, blood and bone and soul, the right to be loved, the right to be made whole. This is our story, this is our sacred song. In the eyes of the Creator, it's where we all belong. We are human, worth more than they can prize, beyond the hateful whispers and the loaded dice. Pictures twisted and unreal, teaching our children how they ought to feel. Their values in the label on your shoes, or the filtered life you desperately choose. They magnify the hate, they celebrate the greed, and plant a poison, a suffocating weed. We gotta reach our children, pull them from the glow, and show them a beauty that the media don't know. Yo, check the vision, the mission of the television, spitting division, a mental prison, got the youth chasing likes, addicted to the feed, ignoring the hunger, the fundamental need. They building paper idols on a digital stage, putting our future daughters in a virtual cage. Now we gotta break the cycle, gotta cut the cord. The real word is powerful, mighty given the sword. So we teach them about their history, teach them about their grace, teach them about the power, every single face. We are human, blood and bone and soul, with the right to be made, the right to be whole. This is our story, this is our sacred song. In the eyes of the Creator, it's where we all belong. We're human, worth more than they can prize, beyond the hateful whispers and the loaded dice. A world where every voice is heard and valued, and truth is not a whisper but a mighty thundering word. A word of justice, a word of peace, a promise that the fight will never cease. This ain't just a track, it's a call to action for every mother, father, every single fraction of the community, holding it down on the ground. Time to get loud, make a revolutionary sound. Look your child in the eye, tell them that they matter, tell them their spirit's something to know like a shadow. Tell them knowledge is the weapon, love is the shield, and the truth is the harvest. We're gonna grow in this field. Yeah. Oh, yes we are. Feed that to them. Near and far. Let them know the sacred words for every single soul on this earth. Quiet. Human. Right to live. Right to live. Human. A gift to give.
All right, y'all. Thanks for rocking with me with that quick little song break. I really appreciate that. We're going to go ahead and get into the next topic, y'all. So on this one right here, we're going back into, oh, Lord, I lost my place, child. I lost my place. Okay, so now we're going into the bipartisan revolt against the DOJ's $1.77 billion or $1.8 billion Anti-Weaponization Fund, right? So the Trump administration newly announced Anti-Weaponization Fund has triggered a fierce bipartisan revolt on Capitol Hill, established by acting Attorney General Todd Blanche as a settlement to resolve Donald Trump's personal lawsuit against the IRS over leaked tax returns. The $1.77 billion fund is pulled from the Federal Judgment Fund. The program is designed to issue monetary award and formal apologies to individuals claiming that they were victims of government lawfare. However, Democrats and key Republicans alike are condemning the moves as an extrajudicial political slush fund. Critics warn it does not pass the smell test, okay, and bypasses congressional appropriations and creates a dangerous mechanism to funnel taxpayers' money to the presidential political allies, potentially including individuals that have been prosecuted in connection with the January 6th Capitol attack. People do not like how their taxpayer dollars are being distributed for this crap. And so they're speaking up against it, the people. And then we also have Democrats that are fighting against it as well and say that they are going to try in their best way to dismantle it and kill it. So let's listen to a little bit of that report here from MS Now. We'll watch that together and I'll meet y'all in the chat for some commentary.
The newly announced nearly $1.8 billion so-called Anti-Weaponization Discretionary Fund is already seeing pushback from lawmakers, even from members of the president's own party. Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania told reporters yesterday he's going to try to, quote, kill it.
Congressman, what do you make of this $1.7 billion fund for
bad news? We're going to try to kill it.
You're going to try to kill it?
Yep.
Wow. Okay. And how?
Well, we're considering legislative options. We're going to write a letter to the AG to start, but we're considering a legislative option.
Okay.
We're trying to unpack exactly, what the legal machinations are, but can't do that.
Right.
Can't do that. The congressman sent Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche this letter yesterday demanding more information on the fund. It reads in part, a massive discretionary fund with no oversight or approval from Congress represents a dangerous backsliding in the transparency of our institutions and our commitment to the American taxpayer. A number of Republican lawmakers in the Senate have also spoken out against this move. The fund would give the president the power to gift taxpayer dollars to allies that claim they were victims of alleged weaponization in the Justice Department under President Biden. A top issue lawmakers have with this idea is who exactly will be compensated. The acting AG was asked yesterday if January 6th insurrectionists who attacked police officers and were charged by the DOJ would be able to apply, and he didn't rule it out.
Just to be clear, people that hurt police get money all the time. Okay, there's a process where if you believe you have your rights violated, you can apply for funds, you can sue, you can file a claim, you can go to court. In some of those cases, the state, the government, the federal government settles those cases. It's abhorrent to ever touch a law enforcement officer, which is why anytime anybody does that and it's a federal officer, we'll prosecute them. But that's a completely different question with whether an individual is allowed to apply for a claim. Whether they'll get a claim, depends. I can't, it would not be appropriate for me to talk about absolutes, like absolutely not, under no circumstances. I mean, we can talk about hypotheticals till we're blue in the face, but that really wouldn't be fruitful.
Congressman Jamie Raskin, meanwhile, the top Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee, introduced a bill yesterday that would block the fund entirely after his motion to subpoena the acting AG failed. And then there's this separate story, the Trump ballroom plans. Senate Republicans now saying they'll strip the $1 billion Secret Service funding request for the project from their immigration enforcement bill, following objections within the party. Speaking to reporters, Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana said yesterday, quote, "We were told that the ballroom money is out." Senator Bill Cassidy also expressed doubts about the project's funding.
There's no architectural plans. There is no environmentals. There's no engineering. There's no sense of when we ask, how did it happen to cost exactly $1 billion? It could cost a lot less. It could cost a lot more. I just don't get it.
The decision comes after a ruling from the Senate parliamentarian that the provision violates Senate rules, as well as public questioning of the funding by several GOP senators just last weekend. Majority Leader John Thune went on to say conversations are ongoing and that the bill text isn't finalized yet. The decision would underscore the limits, though, of Trump's influence over Senate Republicans who have otherwise offered little pushback to his demands over the course of his second term. Joining me here at the table, MS Now senior Washington reporter and co-host of The Weekend, Eugene Daniels. No one I'd rather come back from a few days off to see than you. Talk a little bit about what we're seeing here on Capitol Hill, because it's two completely separate funding things that we are speaking about, but both of them seem connected to the same thread of our Senate Republicans and House Republicans finally finding their backbone and remembering that their job is to control the purse strings.
Finally, it just took like a year and a half. Yeah. At least in rhetoric, they're doing so, right?
Sure.
Before Donald Trump comes back and shocks them into doing what he wants them to do. I think the thing that's so interesting is when you talk to Republicans, and you do this all the time too, behind closed doors, they've been frustrated about this for a long time. Right? They've been the growing frustration of the president doing whatever he wants, ignoring them, sometimes ignoring the courts. And at the end of the day, everyone kind of making fun of them for it. I was talking to a couple of members of Congress 2 days ago, and they were like, we're kind of sick of getting made fun of it being the punching bag. And so I wonder if there's a little bit of it's been too long, because the rules of politics kind of always come back, even for Donald Trump. His polling numbers are terrible. All of these things seem unfocused from the promises that he made to the American people about coming back. And so Congress trying to figure out what are the ways in which we can slow walk some of these things so that it doesn't happen or outright stop them.
I also think that they are different in that you can pull the $1 billion in funding for the ballroom security out of reconciliation. Trump can rant about it on Truth Social, but that is something Congress can easily control. I think when it comes to the nearly $1.8 billion in taxpayer funds for this basically slush fund throughout DOJ, that is a different mechanism. And when you're watching the way that Brian Fitzpatrick, who just won his primary in Pennsylvania, so Trump can't challenge him there, and I would also argue in a swing district, this might help him. Right. It's a different mechanism, and I wonder what you think we actually end up seeing in Congress being able to pull this apart. Because I think what Fitz is trying to get his hands around is what is the mechanism that we can pull this out of DOJ and get back congressional oversight over. And it's not clear what that is right now.
Right. But the thing is, they're going to have to be creative.
Yeah.
And this is something that legislators are able to do, figure out how to move, try to get power back or get power over something. Whether it happens, I don't know. It's going to take more than Brian Fitzpatrick to do so, right? He's going to be really interested in that. I think there are a lot of other, kind of people just like him in these purple districts who might be interested in trying to figure that out. I think it bears repeating that the $1 billion that they're talking about for the ballroom, Donald Trump said $400 million. It was all going to be $400 million. It's going to be paid by him and his friends. Yeah. So now it's the taxpayers' dime. But on the $1776 billion, it also comes from this $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS. So it's all about the retribution. It all ties back to January 6th. We always have to go back to that for Donald Trump. And at the end of the day, these lawmakers have to figure out how to do their jobs because they are paid to do so.
Yeah, they're paid to do so. And especially if you're going to have a slush fund like this with no ability for Congress to have oversight of it, I think that should be concerning for all taxpayers. Where is my money going? Should I be concerned about it going to, for example, people who beat cops on January 6th? You talked about the president's poll numbers, and I think that is a really important piece of the puzzle here because new polling from Fox News shows President Trump's approval rating near a record low. His overall job performance is at 39%, down 3 points since last month and 10 points since his second term began. It's only 1 point above his lowest ever, which came in October of 2017 during his first term. However, his 61% disapproval rating is a record high. Meanwhile, voters are upset with his handling of the economy. 71% disapprove of the job he's doing on that key issue. That's 5 points higher than last month and 15 points higher than a year ago. The increase since last month includes a 7-point rise in disapproval among Republicans. I think it's fascinating because we read these stories of new polls showing new low, and certainly that's true. And yet you're also coming off of a week where Trump's hold on the Republican MAGA base in a primary is stronger than ever. Thomas Massie and Bill Cassidy could tell you that story themselves.
And yet like I said, the rules of politics always kind of come back, right? Whether or not the Republicans stand up and they say, we're going to do what we want, we don't know. But Bill Cassidy, as soon as he got back, jumped on with Democrats on this Iran bill, right, to try to take their power back there. I will say on the poll numbers, Donald Trump in his first term, say what you want about the first term, one thing that he was really good at is when he saw bad headlines, bad poll numbers, they started to shift things a little bit, at least rhetorically.
Yep.
That is not the case anymore. It doesn't move him. And so even some of his staunchest allies behind closed doors will tell you, we continue to try to figure out how to get him back focused on the things that the American people care about. Because that's what it is. When the American people see you talking about a ballroom, talking about the slush fund, and they're seeing all the money leaving their pockets going to gas or their energy bills, they're going to have issues with that. And that is going to be paid for by Republicans in November if possible.
Exactly, because they're the ones on the ballot. And so it leaves us asking the question that we've been asking for a year now, which is at what point do they realize their political fortunes diverge from the president's? And is this the moment where we see them start acting like it? Maybe. MS Now senior Washington reporter, co-host of The Weekend, Eugene Daniels. Thank you, my friend. Good to see you.
All right, y'all. So that was, basically straight to the point. I think everybody sees it for what it is. We've been talking about it for several days now here with our political coverage. And if anybody else is following politics, then, you can see it yourself. It's making absolutely no sense that taxpayer dollars are being taken, put into a pot for a specific cause and reason. Trump and this administration are deciding that they can just dig into the cookie jar whenever they want for whatever it is that they see fit. But a lot of people are saying we're not going to take this lane down, right? So we have lawmakers and also citizens that are fighting back. The pushback is happening in real time on multiple fronts. So number one, we have the bipartisan Senate confrontation. So Senator Susan Collins, the Republican chair of the Appropriations Committee, openly cornered acting AG Todd Blanche at a budget hearing. She demanded to know the legal basis for using the judgment fund, because the judgment fund is there in place for certain predicaments, certain issues, not this, right? So which is explicitly meant to pay existing legal claims to set up a broad future slush fund for people who haven't even filed lawsuits. Even conservative lawmakers are panicking because this completely bypasses Congress' constitutional power of the purse, okay? Now, you have to think about that. If you're going to use this fund or these fundings for whatever it is you see fit, right, and taxpayer dollars is going into it, we have to remind ourselves that everybody that works in the government majority of the people that work in regular jobs in the government are also taxpayers. So it's not just, regular everyday people like us that may work at doctors' offices, online as content creators, at grocery stores and things of that nature, where taxes are being taken out of our paychecks. Taxes are also being taken out of some of the government official paychecks as well, okay? Because everybody is not in a certain tax bracket that works in the government. And I think, maybe some people may seem or assume that because you work in the White House or you work for the government, that you're in a certain tax bracket with the millionaires and the billionaires. That's not true. Everybody that works within the governmental system are not millionaires and billionaires. So they're in a lot of the same similar tax brackets as many regular everyday working folks as well. And so their taxpaying dollars are going into this fund, and these are their taxpaying dollars that are being, siphoned out for whatever this administration and President Trump or Mr. Trump sees fit, right? So they also are looking like, yo, where's my coins going to? You know what I mean? And so we have also the police officer lawsuit. So yesterday, 2 Capitol police officers who defended the building on January 6th, officially filed a federal lawsuit to legally freeze and block these payouts. The lawsuit pulls zero punches, explicitly calling it the most brazen act of presidential corruption in this century. A taxpayer-funded slush fund to finance insurrectionists and paramilitary groups that commit violence in his name and in his honor. These people work for Trump. they did these things because they support and they work for Trump. And so these are two police officers, Capitol police officers at that. It's like, absolutely not. They're filing lawsuits. We don't want our money going towards that, and it shouldn't be going towards that. You think about police officers. Do you think police officers are trillionaires, millionaires, billionaires, or trillionaires? No, they're not. They pay taxes just like everybody else pays taxes. Their tax money come out of their check just like everybody else tax money come out of their check. And so they don't want to see their money being used for this type of mess either. And then we have the legislative poison pill, Democratic senators led by figures like Senator Ron Wyden and Chris Van Hollen are introducing amendments to the upcoming budget bill to explicitly ban any federal funds from being distributed to individuals convicted of violent crimes or assaulting law enforcement. So yeah, the two police officers that, have these lawsuits in place and are standing 10 toes down and saying, absolutely not, you will not be using our tax dollars for this. You have to think about it. You're using other police officers' tax dollars, giving that money to the very people who have no problem and had no issue assaulting and violently, attacking police officers during January 6th insurrection. Why would they stand or support that if they are in their right mind and they are people who stand with integrity and, actually care about true justice? This forces Republicans to vote on the record. Are you on the side of the police, or are you on the side of paying out cash to people who attack them? Now, police officers are speaking from a standpoint of being police officers. However, many people can speak on whatever standpoint that they're coming from, especially when it's your taxpayer dollars that's being used, right? And put into some type of account to be paid out to individuals that wreak havoc and harm. A lot of people are not cool with that. Why would your taxpayer dollars be given to them freely in their pockets when they get to act the fool, and you're sitting at the gas pump hoping that you can fill up your tank so you can make it back and forth to work throughout the week? I don't think a lot of people are going to, take that sitting down. So what critics and legal experts are saying: a breathtaking abuse of the legal system. Brandon Debat, policy director at the YNU Law Tax Center, stated that the DOJ has absolutely zero legal authority to grant a president lifetime immunity from IRS tax audits. Number one, your taxpayer dollars is paying and putting into a fund that is going into, let's just say, criminals' pockets, okay? However, our very own supposed president, Donald Trump, feels as though he has immunity from IRS tax audits. And we know that he has a lot of tax issues and problems as well. So he don't even pay his taxes, but the people pay their taxes, and their tax money goes into these type of operations. Yeah, make sense. It's not fair. Outrageous presidential corruption. Norm Eisen, executive chair of Democracy Defenders Fund, stated the public is rightfully outraged and the legal fights have only just begun, because people are not taking this laying down. They can speak up, to the top of their lungs, but they also realize they may have to take this and strike up a legal lawsuit. And this is what a lot of people are doing. They're doing that, striking up legal lawsuits, because they're not going to take this sitting down, and they're not going to tolerate it. The sham alternative comparison. The DOJ tried to defend this by comparing it to an Obama-era settlement, Keep Siegel versus Kilsack. The compensated Native American farmers for decades of the USDA discrimination. Legal experts immediately destroyed that argument, pointing out that Obama settlement was overseen by federal judges and paid actual victims of a specific class action lawsuit. Now, the Trump Fund has zero judicial oversight and goes to a 5-member commission where Trump can fire any commissioner who doesn't do what he wants them to do. Yeah, it's not the same, bro. So don't play. Do not play in people's faces, okay? So the laundering angle. Think about the hypocrisy. They are trying to prosecute the SPLC for donor fraud because they paid undercover informants to catch neo-Nazis. But at the exact same time, they're using $1.8 billion of the American citizens' taxpayer dollars to give cash awards and formal government apologies to the very people who stormed the Capitol on January 6th. It is not the same. Taxpayer outrage. Imagine working at a job, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., paying your taxes, struggling with the cost of groceries, while the president settles a lawsuit with himself, grants himself lifetime immunity from ever being audited by the IRS, and is using your very own tax dollars to hand out payouts to his political cronies. It is a literal racket. In my words, it's a literal, y'all don't want to hear what my words are. Let's just move on. But anyway, they called it the $1.77 or $1.8 billion as a cute nod to the founding of the country. But this is a total betrayal of the Constitution. When acting AG Todd Blanche was asked if Hunter Biden or J6 rioters who assaulted cops could apply, he said anyone can apply. Yeah, okay, anyone can apply. They are threatening the federal treasury like a personal ATM. And a lot of people are not going to be taking that sitting down. Let's just be very clear about that. People do not play about their money. And so they're not going to allow that to happen. And I'm glad people are fighting back and speaking up when it comes to that. But now we're going to go ahead and get into our next topic, y'all. And we're moving right along here. Imani had to attend to some business things real quick. She will be right back, hopefully before the end of the live. If not, that's okay. But yeah, so she will return with us in a bit. Let me get into this next topic for y'all real quick. So the next one that we're going to be talking about here, give me just a sec to get into it, is Senator Sanders and Representative Lee introduced a bill to abolish PACs in a direct challenge to the corrupting influence of dark money in American democracy. Senator Bernie Sanders and Representative Barbara Lee have officially introduced groundbreaking legislation aimed at completely abolishing super PACs. The bill seeks to overturn the systemic damage caused by the Supreme Court Citizen United ruling, which allowed corporations and ultra-wealthy donors to pour unlimited, unregulated sums of money into political campaigns. Sanders and Lee argue that the current system effectively legalizes political bribery, drowning out the voices of everyday working-class Americans, and the legislation proposes a transition towards publicly funded elections to restore democratic integrity and ensure elected officials answer to the voters rather than billionaire donors. So we'll get into that in just a moment, y'all. Let me go ahead and get all of that set up and pulled up for y'all. One moment. But, you know, Chuck Schumer is always going to go in and go off, y'all. Oh, Imani, are you back, girl? You can unmute if you need to. Imani. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm back.
Sometimes it be the sound issues on this daggone StreamYard. So that's why I be like, can you hear me, world? Because I don't know. They be booting the stuff off, y'all. Okay,
Yeah,
so
no,
you're
I'm
back.
back.
Okay, cool. So we're getting ready to get into Chuck Schumer now, and we're talking about, the PACs, right? And the bill to abolish the super PACs. So we got Chuck Schumer talking about that a little bit. We're just about to get into that part. So let me get that pulled up on the screen here. Did you have any commentary you wanted to make before we get that next video pulled up from anything else that you heard?
No, keep going. I'll listen to this one.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Oh,
Let me get into it. Let me pull it up on the stage, and then we'll be right back.
Everybody, and good afternoon. Thank you to the Center for American Progress for bringing us all together, especially Neera Tanden. Let's give a shout out to her for her steadfast leadership. Now you've
Hold on, y'all. Give me just 1 second. I told y'all this daggone StreamYard be acting crazy. So no, that's not the one. That's not the video. That's the next one we're going to be getting into. So previous to this is another one that I need to pull up, y'all. But the StreamYard put them out of order. So I'm sorry about that. Let me get into that one real quick, y'all. Give me just a second, okay? I'll get it pulled up properly. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Ain't no more quiet now. Nah. Tell them run that back. I said, hands up, head high, 10 toes. They monetize pain while the truth get froze. Big talks online, but they hearts stay cold. Still fighting for rights that was promised long ago. Ooh. We ain't your silence, nah. We ain't your fear. Hey. Every time they shut a door, we appear. From the city to the globe, here the people get loud. You can bury one voice, but you can't stop the crowd. Yeah, I'm from the side where the pressure make diamonds, where mothers pray hard cause the system stay violent. Kids learn trauma before they learn signs. Politicians campaign while communities dying. Look, everybody tweeting, everybody streaming, everybody woke till the camera stop beaming. Truth don't trend when the money intervening. That's why the real ones exhausted and screaming. Big change, fake morals, podium capping. Whole lot of hashtags, ain't nobody action. Trying to sell the vision with celebrity distractions. Meanwhile, rights disappear through strategic reaction.
All right, y'all. So I got it pulled up. I apologize. Yeah, the StreamYard had it out of order, so I had to go back in and get it and put it back up in the proper order. But here we go, y'all. So this is the one that I'm talking about right here, okay? With Senator Sanders and Representative Lee introducing a bill to abolish super PACs. So let's go ahead and get into this, y'all, and I will meet y'all in the chat. I apologize for that.
Does anyone believe we are in anything resembling a true democracy when in the 2026 cycle, right now, AI, crypto, and APAC aligned super PACs will be spending many, many hundreds of millions of dollars to protect their interest? Here is the political reality of today, a reality that we just saw yesterday in the election in Kentucky, when Congressman Thomas Massie, somebody who I have very little in common with politically, was defeated by $9 million in contributions from AIPAC and $7 million from Trump mega donors. And what was the great crime that Massie committed that gendered so much super PAC money in opposition to him? Well, he opposed the war in Iran, and so do the vast majority of the American people. He demanded that the Epstein files be open, which is what the American people have wanted, and he refused, what a crime, what an outrage, to be a rubber stamp for Donald Trump. Let's be honest. The reality is that any candidate today who stands up to the AI industry, to crypto, to AIPAC, and other special interests will be hit with an onslaught of TV ads and social media attacks paid for by the richest people in this country. As all of us know, 16 years ago, by a 5-4 vote, the Supreme Court in the Citizens United case issued one of the most disastrous decisions in the history of our country. Since Citizens United, billionaires and large corporations have poured huge amounts of money into the political process and in return are getting policies that serve their interests at the expense of working families, the environment, and a decent foreign policy. That is a major reason why the very, very rich in America are getting richer while working families are struggling. If we're going to create a government that works for all and not just the 1%, we have to end Citizens United. We have to get super PACs out of elections. And in my view, we have to move to public funding of elections. Today, the legislation that Representative Lee and I are introducing begins to do just that. Specifically, the Abolish Super PACs Act would limit individual super PAC contributions to $5,000. Billionaires would not be able to pour huge amounts of money into super PACs. And it would end the era of unlimited spending and put power back into the hands of the people. Way back in 1933, Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis made a very profound statement. He said, quote, "We can have democracy in this country, or we can have great wealth concentrated in the hands of a few, but we cannot have both," end quote. What Brandeis said back then was correct. It is even more accurate today. For the sake of our democracy, for the sake of an economy that works for working people and not just the very rich, we must ban super PACs and get big money out of politics. My pleasure to introduce Congresswoman Summer Lee. Summer.
Thank you so much, Senator Sanders. It is, and I believe, one of the most important issues that we could work on right now. In fact, there's very little more that we can say or need to say, but really what we need to accept is that if we don't do something about big money in politics, we will have no democracy to fight for anymore. I'm Summer Lee, I'm Congresswoman for Pennsylvania's 12th Congressional District. Last year, we introduced on the House side, I introduced the Abolish Super PACs Act because this is a foundational issue facing our democracy. Today, we will ensure that we have bicameral introduction here in the Senate side because we can't afford to wait a single second longer. The senator talked about it. Yesterday, we saw another record break, the most expensive House race in the history of the United States. That comes just 2 years, very predictably, after the last time that we had the most expensive House race in the history of the United States. And this is just the beginning. What we see more and more and more are big moneyed interests, whatever those interests may be. It may be this year or this cycle, maybe APAC or crypto or AI PACs. It may be an individual like your Jeff Yasses in Pennsylvania or Paul Singer or Elon Musk. But whoever it is, it's never the interest of actual working class people. For decades, we have watched as Republicans have worked to enshrine minority rule by investing in the courts and shaping the judiciary, stacking it with judges who will protect the wealthy and the powerful and never the people. We've also seen a huge decline in our democratic safeguards. Most recently, we've seen the courts almost completely gut the fundamental right to vote itself through dismantling the Voting Rights Act, through gerrymandering, through voter ID laws, through closing polling locations in Black and brown communities, and through making it harder to register to vote in the first place, harder to cast a ballot, harder to have that ballot count. And we are seeing the court suppress representation through campaign finance, like when we saw Citizens United open the floodgates to dark money pouring into our elections, drowning out the voices of working people. Listen, this is a simple issue. When we talk about what Americans actually want, there always is a gap, a disconnect between the people in power and the people who are waiting for power to move on their behalf. We hear it every single election cycle, everyday Americans who are urgent about our climate crisis or who are begging for educational equity, for public education in the wealthiest nation on earth, who are begging for Medicare for all, who are watching their loved ones, who are maybe themselves having to choose between their prescription drug costs, or a medical bill, or their dental bill, or their rent, or their mortgage, or their groceries, or their gas prices. We're watching Americans who are watching our government continuously fall short on its charge to make sure that the least of these, that the most vulnerable, that working class people have the protections, the rights that they need. And when you look at the core of it, the foundation of why we are here, it is because at the end of the day, your members of Congress or your senators are more inclined to have to answer to moneyed interests than they are to their constituents.
All right, y'all. So we're going to cut it short right there and just get into some talking points just between me and Imani directly to break this all down. Because I know sometimes it can be a little bit confusing. And even within myself, like I do the reading and the research to find out, you know, what is all of this that's really put in place? How does it work? How does it operate? How has it been operating? And, you know, what changes are being made? So let's go ahead and read through a few stats right here real quick and give y'all some of the information. So what's PACs? Go
Sorry,
ahead.
I just wanted to first, before we start, because even though I understand the super PACs in the US and what happens, I just want to give you a brief rundown of the UK and why it's different. So in
I
the
like that.
UK,
That's useful. And I think that that's good for us to be able to have conversations like that to make the comparisons and maybe the differences between the two. So go ahead. Let's hear because you're teaching.
So in the UK, we don't have a true equivalent to the US style super PACs. Because obviously in the United States, super PACs can raise unlimited money, spend unlimited amounts on political advertising, and they can legally operate independent from campaigns. So the main difference between the US super PACs and UK politics are there are spending limits that exist in the UK. So UK political parties and campaign groups, they have legal spending caps during election periods, and they're enforced by what's called our electoral commission. That means they don't have unlimited election spending. There's no billion-dollar ad wars like in the US, and there are very, very strict reporting requirements. And the UK equivalent to a super PAC is called a non-party campaigner or a third-party campaign group. And basically, these groups, as in the US, they campaign on political issues, they support or oppose policies, and they influence elections without officially being political parties. And examples of these groups are the unions, business lobbying groups, activist organisations, referendum campaigns such as the Brexit one, were we to stay in Europe or were we to leave Europe? But money still plays a big role in the UK. And although there's no formal super PACs, wealthy donors still heavily influence UK politics through large party donations, think tanks, lobbying, media ownership, campaign groups, and private fundraising network. And they can give millions, not billions, to parties legally if they're what's called permissible donors. And the biggest parties that raise funds are the two main parties, just like the two main parties in the US, the Conservative Party and the Labour Party. But their sources really differ because the Conservatives historically have raised money from wealthy individuals and business figures, a bit like the Republicans. But although I'm not saying the Democrats don't. And Labour traditionally receives major union support. And when we had the Brexit issue, which was to leave Europe, Brexit campaign groups. And during that referendum, some campaign organisations, they operated similarly on both sides, similar to super PACs, were on the vote to leave or vote to stay. And they spent a large sums of money on digital advertising, targeted messaging, and analytics and persuasion campaigns. But there are rules, and the rules are very, very strict in the UK. They're stricter in the UK, and violations can trigger investigations by the Electoral Commission. So that is one of the big differences between the UK and the US.
I love that. Thank you so much for that. And this is what I'm saying. Like, this is what it's about, for us to be able to have these conversations, especially if we're talking about politics, governmental structures, and so on and so on and so on and so on, whatever. When it comes to us living in different countries, things move and operate a lot differently. And I think it's very important that if we're going to have conversations with one another, connect with one another, be friends with one another. These are some of the great conversations that I think that we can have, and the information that can be brought to the forefront. So thank you so much for sharing it with me. I didn't know that. I don't know typically a lot of how a lot of things operate, in the UK. But since we've been
the
having
financial scale is nowhere near the US, and they're very strict reporting rules. Very strict reporting rules. You can go and look in official records to see who donates to which party. Very, very strict reporting rules. If they're not kept, they can result in fines and all sorts. But the reporting rules are very strict.
I like that, because I think with those type of things being put in place, it's less likely chance of fraud, like we see what's happening here. Like just snatching funds up and running for the dickens. And it is disheartening, because they're snatching funds up of money that comes directly from the taxpayers' pockets. And a taxpayer is, pouring in this money because Uncle Sam says he gets this share first. And then we have American citizens that are stuck at the gas pump, hoping that they can get enough in, their tank so they can make it throughout a work week, or enough groceries to bring home and put in their refrigerator to feed their families. But yet they can take the taxpayers' money and just be so frivolous with them in any way that they see fit. And there's not enough regulation over what they're doing with this money, and all of these different programs and organizations, and how it goes, child. It's just fraud, and greed. But thank you so much for educating us with that, because I like that. Number one, I didn't know it, and I learned something new today. And number two, I like the structure. I like the setup. I think that we can incorporate some of these things. Now, with what we have been hearing here on this specific live from Senator Sanders and Representative Lee, basically this is, something small, maybe not as big and as structured as it is there with you guys in the UK, but necessary, that it seems that they're putting in place. And I jotted down a few notes to just go over what that is, right? So like I was saying, from, starting off with this, with the PACs, what super PACs have been allowing. And this is what the problem is, right? So right now, the system is completely broken, okay? Because super PACs operate like a legal cheat code for the ultra wealthy. Because of a loophole created back in 2010, the law says billionaires and massive corporations can spend unlimited, unrestricted amounts of money to influence an election, as long as they don't give it directly to the candidate's hand. Yeah, okay. Now here's what has actually allowed, here is what they have actually allowed to happen in our politics. Billionaires buying elections. It allows a handful of ultra wealthy people to drown out millions of regular citizens. For example, just 100 billionaire families pumped and staggering $2.6 billion into the 2024 election. Elon Musk personally spent at least $290 million and openly bragged that a candidate couldn't win without him. The $16,000 percentage skyrocket. I'm sorry, the 16,000% skyrocket. Since this loophole opened, political spending by billionaires has shot up over by 16,000%. 16,000%. Crushing grassroots candidates. Right now, in 2026 primary season, massive outside super PACs representing big tech, artificial intelligence, and crypto companies have already dropped over $500 million to bully, smear, and attack candidates who stand up for everyday working families. So that money, right, that is being, poured in, literally poured in like water, or, these candidates that want to win by any means necessary, well, they now have the money in the backing to do so. And with more money comes more resources, more ways that they can push themselves around and, promote themselves. But they also can tear down the actual great politicians and candidates who want to stand up and speak for everyday working people, right? And do the right thing. So this new bill, right, is starting to make things a little bit more fair. Yesterday, Senator Bernie Sanders and Representative Summer Lee, this is the video we were just playing, and it's a long video, y'all, so this is why we're cutting it short a little bit, introduced a bill called the Abolish Super PACs Act. Instead of trying to pass a complicated constitutional amendment that would take decades, they are using a genius, straightforward rule change to instantly level the playing field. And here is how it fixes the system and makes it fair. The $5,000 hard cap. The bill says that no individual or corporation can give more than $5,000 a year to a super PAC. By capping the money at $5,000, it instantly strips billionaires off their superpower. A billionaire can no longer write a $50 million check overnight to flood your TV screen with negative ads and destroy a candidate that they don't like. One person, one vote. It forces politicians to actually talk to the voters in their district instead of spending all day dialing for dollars and begging billionaires for multi-million-dollar checks. So, what do y'all think about this? Because based off of what Imani said and speaking on how things work and operate in the United Kingdom and seeing how they are trying their best, y'all, they really are. And I'm glad that attempts are being made to make things a little bit more fair when it comes to capping off the amount of money that people can donate to support certain candidates during elections and runnings. I think that this is actually going to be a great step forward in helping keeping things a little bit more fair, not even a little bit more, but a bit more fair on the playing field. What do y'all think about this? And Imani, what do you think about this? Do you think this is a great stride forward to kind of try to gain some more, balance here? Or what do you think this is?
No, well, listen, when you're talking about super PACs, obviously the money equals political power. Yeah.
Right.
And
right.
it allows billionaires and corporation and special interest groups to dominate the election cycles. And they can, like you said, flood the elections with advertising. And as Elon Musk was seen to do in the certain states, shape public opinion. Remember, he had that lottery thing that he was running, $1 million. I can't remember what it was, some sort of lottery thing that he was doing. And it allows them, obviously, to attack their opponents. I think, because just to get one thing straight, it's not that we do have limits and you do have strict reporting and you do have millions, not billions, put into elections. I think it's a bit extreme to go from people being allowed to put billions in to say 5,000. That's too extreme a change, and it will not, it won't get support, and it's not realistic. I think the limits, I think there should be limits. Because, just like, and they should try and make sure the rules are being are being followed and use, the Federal Electoral Commission should be doing more monitoring. So I think that going from billions to thousands is not going to work, and no one's going to vote for it. It's ridiculous. But
Okay.
putting a cap on certain on amounts, yes, I think they should, because it is legalized influence buying, and and it's seen by the way people vote. So I do think there's a lot of pay to play. I don't think it's recorded. I think that it should be known who gets support from where, because this is where you know how people are voting and why they're voting. So if you're receiving millions and millions from a pharmaceutical company, and someone wants to put a cap on insulin, and you don't want to vote for that cap, well, it's pretty obvious why you're not voting for that cap, because you are bought by that you may be bought by that organization. So I think conflicts of interest and upfront declarations of conflicts of interest, where your support comes from, are needed, and that is the record keeping, and that is you're having to do, fill out the proper documentation, and there's no dark money in politics, because then that allows for foreign interests to come in, and people don't know who is buying who. So I think it's too extreme to go to $5,000. I think there needs to be some caps, but I think no one's going to vote for that. No one will get elected.
I got you. I feel you. And you made some really excellent points there. Even with just that comparison, that you use for example, like if a pharmaceutical company wants to donate to a certain campaign runner, however much money they see fit. And then, one of the policies is, okay, we're going to cap the price on insulin, or we're going to skyrocket the price on insulin or medications in general, right? You know that that's already going to be a conflict of interest, because you have now, this pharmaceutical company who has poured all of this money into your pocket and your campaign. And so whatever it is they want is what they get, because they paid for it, basically at this point. So, that's typically how it has been working, and how it goes. That's what it is. And that's why a lot of people, I don't know if we pay attention to that, or if we really know that these heavy high hitter donors with big pockets that are typically corporations and organizations, they are the ones that are donating the most, because what they want, they're going to be looking for a favor later. So if they pour that money in, they're going to call you up and be like, hey, remember I sent you that 100K? I'm going to need a favor. Or, I'm going to need you to look the other way on this, or I'm going to need you to pass this through. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it comes down to. They're buying power, money, power, all of that. Money, power, respect, they say, right? That's all.
I think donation, if the disclosures were stricter, that would open the door to putting spending caps on, because if you can see who people are donating to, because like I said, in the UK, the Electoral Commission has those records, and they have to. You can go on to that commission and see who gets what from whom. So
right.
I think the disclosure has to be strengthened, and I think spending caps should be put on, but I think you can't be too extreme, because it's not going to work. Not going to work.
You can't tell these people, really what to do with their money. But like you said, when it comes down to disclosure, that's, I think, the best way to, get people into the proper alignment and have them think twice before, they donate or move and operate the way they do, because that's one of the biggest things that I think people fear the most in life is exposure, right? For people to know what they support, what they're doing, you know what I mean, how they move and how they operate. Those are one of the biggest things that a lot of people don't want nobody to know. And so when you make that mandatory, that exposure, right, is necessary. I'm sorry, not exposure, but disclosure of information is necessary and mandatory. I think that probably would help the best, because you can't tell people what to do with their money. And if they give it, on the front end, or you try to tell them they can't give it on the front end, they're going to find some way to get that money to the people. You know what I'm saying? So even if they put these things in place in position, like, oh no, the cap is $5,000. You cannot donate more than $5,000. How can you really regulate what someone gives someone? How, where, when? You can't regulate that. If that person says, okay, well, for, the visuals of it all, and just to make it seem like we're abiding by the rules, yeah, we'll write this check for $5,000. But then once we go out to dinner, or we hanging, you know what I'm saying, at the mansion or something like that, and having a private conversation or party, if I want to give you another, $10,000 or a meal, I'm gonna find a way to give you that money. And whatever you do with it, and however you see fit to do what you do with it, is going to be up to the candidate or that person in place. And still, the same favors can be called in and asked for.
Yeah, but see, Golden, that still falls under disclosure, because if you have a $10,000 that you have spent on ads, you have to justify where that comes from in your reporting. All those candidates are obliged to do that. So if the record keeping is tight, if the disclosure is tight, it makes it more difficult for people to cheat the system. And if there's monitoring on the dark money that comes in on these lobbying groups, if people know where people are receiving their money from for their election cycle, just like the one that they said, the money that went into that Kentucky race, you have to know where that money, all that money that is spent on ads, and it's part and parcel of the reporting and accounting. And if the disclosure becomes tighter, then people find it more difficult to cheat the system. And if it's transparent, like I can go and look and see who gave my congressman money, where it came from, what sort of corporations, people will be less. It will be more difficult for you to be voting in certain ways if there is disclosure, and if there are limits on what these PACs can do and how they can operate. It's about tighter regulations, because we have really, really tight regulation rules, even on television, of who is focused. Where there's some really, really strict rules. And if it's not fair to everybody, then people get penalized. Even the media gets penalized.
You know what?
It's not
you're very
perfect. It's far from perfect, but it's a better system than you guys have.
No, I agree. And you know what? You're very right about that. And then, that really just ties into like the whole, honestly, if you ask me, foundation of, this country, and how this country moves and shakes and operates. I believe this country really believes that everything boils down to money, right? So of course that would be one of the first things that they would, target, or they would be focused on. Oh, well, we can cap off people and the amount of money that they donate. Oh, that's going to make a big change and a big, make it better, right? Because now things are fair, because it's not fair that people get to just sit up here and donate billions of dollars. You're thinking about the money first. You're not thinking strategically. And I think when you think strategically, that's when everything else comes into play, like you're saying, as far as, the disclosure. Yeah, when people start to, put that level of information out there, mandatory, that, okay, if you are going to donate to someone, yeah, all of that is going to be open. Everybody's going to be able to see who you are, who you work for, right? Where you probably are getting a lot of these funds from in your bank account, and how much it is you're deciding that you want to donate to somebody, and also the request that you're asking for in return. Because a lot of times that's very verbal, and that's very open communication when it comes to the donations in the first place. A lot of people will not sign that check and make sure those funds are transferred until they have a verbal agreement of what they want to get back in return. And so if all of that becomes a mandatory disclosure, I think that will stop some people from, donating those levels amounts of money. And they will be fearful that their tactics and their reasoning and, their conflict of interest will be put out there on Front Street for everybody to see. And when they're fearful of that, it'll make them think twice before they move and operate the way they do. So that's a great point that you brought up. I really, really like that. I do. And it just goes to show, like that, other countries and stuff, they have different, techniques and whatnot that they use that I think help make things a bit more fair, a bit more honest, and a bit more open to keep things a lot more structured. But with us over here, child, money is the game.
You know what there is as well. You see with these super PACs, people don't know the money that is coming in to these super PACs. Well, this is where they talk about dark money, that there's hidden influence and there's foreign influence risks and there's shell organizations and undisclosed billionaire funding in some of these super PACs. So and this is what makes that brings about the phrase dark money in politics, because if you don't know who is inputting money to these super PAC, you don't know who's influencing your politics. And this is why people, talk about that politicians are serving their donors and not their voters. And so if there is disclosure on this, it will change things. It will change things greatly. If the disclosure always changes things greatly, because a lot of these billionaires don't want people to know where their money's going and what they're supporting. Because on the one hand, they may be saying that they support human rights and all the rest of it, and on the other hand, funding someone who is totally against human rights. That is the hypocrisies. With some of these foundations, like Mr. Gates himself. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. It's definitely hypocrisy. Let me play just a few more seconds more of this video, and then we're going to move right along, because I just want to see what else they were coming up with. Because I know we heard about the $5,000 cap, but I wanted to see if they had any of, the similar principles and talking points that you were just speaking on as well. In addition to that, we're not going to go much further, but just a little bit further, and then we move right on.
Because more often than not, it isn't just the money that pours into the campaigns themselves, but that money follows them every step of their career. From the time that they first pledged to run, to their inauguration or their swearing in, to every vote they take on the floor. It's a moneyed interest that's on the floor with a member of Congress, never the person who is suffering because of the policy decisions we make. And that has a simple solution. I don't want to minimize it, but there is a solution. Our bill would ensure that millionaires, billionaires, corporations, corporate interests, special interests would no longer be able to get around the guardrails, the limitations that everyday individuals like you and I have. They'll no longer be able to get around the $3,500 limit, because $3,500, that's not a little bit of money. Or $5,000 for a PAC, they would have the same limitations as everybody else, effectively ensuring that they would no longer be able to pour money into these dark super PACs that oftentimes have no accountability. They have no accountability to people, no transparency, and they're able to essentially spend limitless money in our elections. They would have to work like everybody else. It would essentially free our democracy, free our campaigns, and ensure that voters are able to pick their representatives and not their representatives pick them. It is critically important that we move on this bill. Yes, ending Citizens United is our ultimate goal. And we recognize that there are many steps to that. But right now, we can take a step to ensure that super PACs, that super billionaires, are no longer able to buy our election. And we have to call it what it is. If we will have a democracy, we have to reject an oligarchy. If we're going to have a democracy, we have to reject big moneyed interests overwhelming the everyday people in my district, in Senator Sanders' district, and every district in between. And that's why I think it's important that this be our priority, that Democrats and Republicans should get behind this. As we saw, it does not discriminate whether you are a Republican, who sometimes votes as an independent, or a Democrat, who sometimes votes as an independent, and everyone else. Money in politics keeps us from having a representative democracy, and this is why I believe this is the most important issue that we're facing. So I thank the senator, and we look forward to working to get this one over the finish line. Democracy relies on it.
Thank you very, very much, Congresswoman. Let me just reiterate what you just said. Most important point. People wondering why we're the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care. Why we have an insane $7.25 an hour minimum wage. Why we're doing very little on climate change, et cetera, et cetera. And there is one simple reason. And what she said is, this is the most important reason. You do have a government that works very hard for the billionaires. And what Summer and I are saying is that maybe, just maybe, we should have a government that works for working people, not wealthy campaign contributors. All right, any questions? Yes, sir.
All right, girl. So we'll stop it right there and move on. We just have two more topics to get into, but as far as that, I didn't hear them say anything more. I think it's mostly based around this $5,000 cap that they want to put in, and like you said, it's probably not going to be very successful. You don't think nobody's really
I
going to?
think you can gradually bring it down slowly so that you get to a more reasonable amount. But I think it's a gradual thing. And, this whole thing hasn't happened overnight in UK politics. It's gradually been brought down. They've gradually been able. I think the other thing that they need to do is to get super PACs to declare who's inputting funds into these super PACs. If there's disclosure, it will open the doors to people knowing who is supporting whom and why people are voting in particular fashions. And this is not only, and this is what people have to realize, it's not only a Republican problem, it is everybody's problem in politics at the moment.
Yeah, it's just not. It's
Everyone.
not specific. It's everyone. Absolutely.
It's not partisan. It's everybody.
Yeah.
Because
All
I
right,
think
y'all.
people tend to think when they think billionaires and super PACs that it's only Republicans that are taking money and are in the pay to play arena. Anyway, let's move on because I could talk about this all day.
I love it. It's so interesting, right? And this, this is the type of stuff we talk about, on platform, off platform, with me and you just chopping it up and having conversations like this about, just politics. We love it. And I know some people are just like, oh God, this is boring. But no, we are really into this. We talk about this stuff regularly, like all the time, because it's so important. It's so interesting. And we can learn so much, and especially from being from two different countries, right? I think that's the beauty of it all as well, to, be able to have these conversations and do the compare and contrast of how things move and shake and operate in, our different countries. So that's the beauty of it all. But anyway, moving on, y'all, we're going to get into the next topic.
Sorry,
You got some more?
and just one more thing I would say. It's the fact that it's the will of the majority of the people that is not being recognized by people taking money from these big corporations. It's not
Right.
the normal Joe on the street who is suffering with the gas prices and the cost of living because they don't have the money or the power to influence their congressman or their representative in government. And this is what it's the few, not the many, that can
Right.
influence the voters. The politicians.
The
So the will of the
lawmakers.
people is not really being met.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's really all I have to say on that. And I need to stop.
You don't need to stop. Don't say that. These conversations, like, this is what it's about. This is what we had so much fun doing and so much joy doing. And believe it or not, this could be information that we're sharing amongst one another that maybe some people also equally know and enjoy as well, or maybe they don't and they're learning something from. So I think it's beneficial. And all of the knowledge that you bring to the table, girl, it is so appreciated. And you don't never let nobody tell you that you need to stop or you need to, you know what I'm saying, cut it off right there or say nothing. You need to be heard and you need to keep talking. But we about to get into this next topic, okay? Hold on 1 second, y'all. The daggone dog is fighting, but I'm about to get into it for y'all. Give me just a sec. All right, y'all, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to just put the dog in the cage real quick. Okay, so we're getting into and our second to the last topic right here. So this is the one, okay? Now, Senator Sanders and Representative hold on, wait. No, here we go. Chuck Schumer sounds the alarm on the SAVE Act, okay? So Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has issued a stern warning to the American public regarding the Republican-backed Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, labeling it as one piece of a larger scheme aimed at modern election interference. The legislation, which mandates proof of citizenship to register to vote in federal elections, is being heavily pushed by MAGA lawmakers. Schumer and voting rights advocates point out that it is already strictly illegal for non-citizens to vote in federal elections. They argue that the true intent of the SAVE Act is to construct bureaucratic hurdles and deliberately disenfranchise millions of legitimate American voters, particularly students, low-income citizens, and minorities who may lack immediate access to certified birth certificates or passports, while weaponizing the narrative to preemptively undermine faith in election outcomes. So on this speech right here, y'all, this is going to be just about 10 minutes or so. What do you think we should do, Imani? You want to play the whole thing from beginning to end, or you want to do 5 and 5?
Sorry, entirely up to you.
Okay, because I know we gotta try to breeze right past this, girl. We've already been up here for 4 hours, but you know, if it can be 4 hours of BS, and it can be 4 hours of education. But anyway, let's go ahead and get into this video, y'all. And
Yeah,
we will be right
I
back.
got the time today, and we're not. And since we won't be doing a great big political one tomorrow, we'll finish up this week, unless there's some sort of emergency where we have to come out and talk. But this is our kind of last political. Well, it may not be actually. So yeah, we've got time today. We'll just go through this. You know, it won't be as long tomorrow if we do come out and do politics. We never know what we're gonna do. How we
Know what
feel.
else? Never know. It might be short, it may be long. We don't know. It depends on what it is that we're talking about and how important a lot of these things are. Because I think some things deserve, the full place attention and to be heard all the way through to the end. And some
Yeah, I
things,
mean,
yeah.
if it's something important, will come out. But we promise you, it will be a lot more fun.
Yeah, those would be the fun things. But let's get into it, y'all. I'm gonna meet you in the chat, girl. All right.
Thank you, everybody, and good afternoon. Thank you to the Center for American Progress for bringing us all together, especially Neera Tanden. Let's give a shout out to her for her steadfast leadership. Now, you've heard a lot today about 2028, about our party, our country, and the ideas that will shape America's future. But I want to start with the truth at the center of it all. We don't get to build the future if Donald Trump gets to rig the rules and cherry pick who has a voice in our democracy. No economic agenda matters if Trump intimidates voters. No healthcare plan matters if Republicans can choose the electorate before the electorate chooses them. No vision for 2028 matters if 26 is not free and fair. So let me say this plainly. The fight for the future is already here, and Democrats will win that fight. Trump is already escalating attacks on our elections for one reason. He knows his agenda is failing. Costs are too high. Families are getting squeezed. His approval is falling. And the American people are seeing through the same old Donald Trump grift. Rig the system, enrich himself. You saw what he just did with his tax returns while you were here. He's going to exempt him and his family from all tax investigation or prosecution. Can you believe this? With him, you never know how low he goes. He's going to enrich himself and he's going to blame everyone else and dare people to stop him. He's fleecing America's families to line his own pockets without doing a thing about costs, chaos, corruption endemic to his administration. And when Trump cannot win people over, he tries to shut people out. When he cannot defend his record, he attacks the rules. And when he thinks he's losing, he does what he has done his entire life. He tries to cheat his way through. For months, Trump has been sowing seeds of doubt about the midterms, claiming that if Republicans don't win, the elections must be rigged. And last week, when he asked whether he'd deploy his masked agents to polling stations for the midterms, Donald Trump said, quote, "I do anything necessary." And we all know what that means. Trump will do everything necessary to make sure he wins. Donald Trump and the GOP know they're losing right now. Inflation's hit its worst level in years. The cost of everything from gas to groceries to healthcare to housing is through the roof. America knows who's caused it. Donald Trump. 77% of Americans blame their high cost of living on the president. Only 30% of them approve his handling of the economy, and even fewer believe that Trump's war with Iran, which has sent gas soaring towards $5 a gallon, has been worthwhile. If Republicans want to win back voters, they could change their policies. They could lower costs. They could protect health care. They could stop handing out favors to billionaires and corrupt buddies. They could try just once to make life easier for working families. With policies so unpopular, what do wannabe autocrats do? They launch a coordinated, multi-front campaign to subvert the election. That's what the SAVE Act is all about. Republicans call it election integrity. It is not. It is voter suppression with a suit and tie. Right now in Congress, Trump's MAGA majorities are trying to usher in Jim Crow 2.0 by pushing the SAVE Act to disenfranchise tens of millions of voters. Up to now, we have thwarted them, but the fight goes on. Donald Trump will not give up in his fight to subvert the elections, and we must be ever, ever vigilant. The SAVE Act would actually purge millions of Americans. People in this room would show up at their voting place, the same place you voted at year after year, and they'd say, "Sorry, you're no longer on the books." What do I do? Well, next week, go to the Board of Elections. It's estimated over 20 million people, many of them people of color, many of them in blue areas, would lose their right to vote under the SAVE Act. And it's all done through a screening algorithm designed by Donald Trump, Russell Vought, and Elon Musk's Doge squad. As I've been saying for months, it's Jim Crow 2.0. And when I say that, it steams up the MAGA right. They go after me because they know it's true. And they also know it's the only way they can win the election. The SAVE Act would make it harder for eligible Americans to register to vote. It would put up new barriers for working people, seniors, students, rural voters, married women who change their names, and communities of color. The SAVE Act would also dismantle the most common and accessible ways to register to vote. Mail-in registration, gone. Registering at churches and college campuses, illegal. Registering when you get your driver's license or sign up for Social Security, no more. Under the SAVE Act, the only path to register to vote once they kick you off the rolls would be in person or at a state or local election office, which is out of the question for many voters. So that's not about protecting democracy. It's about protecting Republicans from the American people and from democracy. And the SAVE Act is only one piece of the scheme. Trump has elevated election deniers. He has threatened election officials. He has attacked mail voting. His administration has gone after voter data. He has targeted democracy organizations. It's amazing what they try to come up with. On the Supreme Court, the radical Republican-appointed majority is doing its part to gut the voting rights after chipping away at it for years. Advancing Trump's demand for Republicans to redraw congressional districts to steal seats mid-decade is a blatant attempt to prevent a Democratic majority in the House. It's shameful. Chief Justice Roberts, that ain't calling balls and strikes. And now the right-wing Supreme Court is continuing to weaken voting rights, to invite more gerrymandering and open the door to more chaos in many different rulings before the midterms. Let's call it what it is: a coordinated campaign to rig the 2026 election before a single vote is cast. Trump's unprecedented plan to rig the 2026 election requires an unprecedented response. That's why I'm launching the most expansive election protection effort our caucus has ever undertaken. This is not a messaging exercise. It's a real operation focusing on what they can do before the election, on the day of the election, and after Election Day. We're going to have lawyers and observers and rapid response teams, cybersecurity experts, state and local coordinating with state and local elected officials, all ready in key battlegrounds and high-risk jurisdictions to protect voters, election workers, to protect the count and the certification process. Our task force is bringing together 11 senators and some of the sharpest election experts in the country, people like Mark Elias and Eric Holder and Vanita Gupta and Norm Eisen and Skye Perryman, and so many others. We're meeting and talking on a weekly basis. We will work with state and local officials. We will identify where voters and election workers are most at risk, and we will be ready to respond the moment Trump or his allies try to intimidate voters, interfere with the count, disrupt the recount, or corrupt the certification. We are already preparing, and we will mount lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit at every stage of the process. Mark my words, we are ready to protect free and fair elections at every polling place, every precinct, every county office, every courthouse. And let me be clear, local officials run elections, voters decide elections. Donald Trump does not.
All right, y'all. So that was the end of that video right there. It wasn't too long. So I just, we just went ahead and played that from beginning to end. And then we'll do our little bit of commentary about it. And we'll get into our final video, y'all, for the live. And of course, we got to end it with some Trump stuff. All of this derives from Trump. And Trump is always doing something. And who better than to point out what Trump is doing and child drag him for filth is our friend. Well, we wish he was our friend. He will be soon. But one of our favorite content creators, but more so than that, he's a lawyer. He's a professional. He's an excellent dude, Ben Masilis over on the Midas Touch Network. So we'll be finishing off with his video last. Of course, going ahead talking about Trump, child, and get some, all of the things, y'all. We're going to get into that in just a minute. But as far as our commentary here from what Chuck Schumer had to say with the SAVE Act, what are some of your thoughts and opinions about that, Imani?
Yeah, what they're doing, it really is, a continued effort at voter suppression. Because think about it, if you close voting locations like campuses, you're gonna make it more difficult for students to vote, for example, and anybody who lives near a university campus. And think about it. I mean, I know last time the Gen Z kind of swung his way, but by all reports on the polling, they've swung back the other way. So if you're removing, and we all know, well, we don't all know, but we all know what it's like to be young and think about going too far to do anything that is, something, your civic duty, like vote. a lot of people are not going to be bothered. This is why they want to remove these polling stations from places like university campus, because anywhere where they think they're going to lose votes, they've got to suppress that vote. And, you know, it's a targeted effort on voter suppression. When you think about, you know, elderly people who are used to going to somewhere local, and you removed, you remove these polling stations, or, you know, restrict mail-in voting, which we have in the UK as well. And it's not dependent on whether you're in the military or not. It's a convenience, because it's very easy. You fill in your ballot, you put it in the post, and you don't have to worry about it, you know. And then when you start then bringing in restrictions that they now want to bring in with people who've never had ID, never had a passport, never had a driving license, this is also going to cause a lot of problem. The purging of the polling list, it is a targeted approach to cheat in the elections. Let's just call it as we see it. And let's face it, if he could extend this illegal war until November, he would do. Because then that would be another reason, because he was talking about the fact that a wartime president can cancel elections. And I think there was another excuse that was given. I don't know what it was, but I'm pretty sure the war was one of them. So he's trying everything, you know, he's throwing everything at this problem to see what he can do, to suppress, you know, to reduce the power of the people.
Of course.
It's obvious, but people have to take action and not be asleep at the wheel. And can I just say once again, for those of you who don't know, when elections occur in your state, someone on this platform, 82, when he does his political stuff, said that every Tuesday he is going to give people the details about which states are voting, for which parties, for which elections, on every Tuesday, in case people have forgotten, they can vote. So that's
Okay.
just to let you know. Just check with him. I'm sure he said every Tuesday. He's going to confirm.
Okay, that's dope. Like, I really love that. You know, like we said earlier, and this is what it's about. You know what I'm saying? Like, outside of YouTube, little small, like little riffs and stuff like that, and ain't nobody really worried about that. When it comes to us doing really the important work, right? When it comes to the community and educating one another, supporting one another, especially when we're doing the real work, the good work, the positive work, the things that are necessary for us to have a better comfortability as a people, right? That's what I love. And I'll always uplift it and I'll always promote it. And I have no problem with doing so, you know? And so I love that. I love that he has come up with now that segment on his channel. And yeah, and I think people should support that. I think, you know, if you don't support him already, yeah, even if you just need to tap in to find out about some of, you know, the voting information, go ahead to his channel and find it out. Go to that on Tuesdays, right? And we'll get the actual information to be sure, right? Because we don't want to give y'all the wrong information, child, and then we didn't give the wrong advertisement. But we'll be sure to see what days it is that he'll be doing that. And I think that's dope. And I'm gonna be going over there to check him out too, so we can know, right? Because this is information that's not, you know, always going to be given to us or that we can easily find. But one of the best ways to get it, one of the funnest ways to get it, is from one of your favorite content creators. You know what I'm saying? If they're making content and stuff and they're providing that information for you, that can be one of the first places that you go, instead of looking up a website or, you know, having to go to a voting polling place. No, you got a content creator that's willing to give y'all that information for whatever area you're in. So I think that's dope. I like that he's doing that and incorporating that into his content and his channel. I think that's really cool. But yeah, so as far as, what Chuck Schumer was saying, and as far as him sounding the alarm, he has had many floor speeches now and press conferences, but he's using very sharp language. He's calling out, and child, we did our live on this, the bill, Jim Crow 2.0, and child, I seen people laughing about that as well, and I'm like, yeah, of course you would laugh, because you don't pay any attention to the importance of what's going on here politically. But yeah, it's definitely Jim Crow 2.0. Voter suppression bills with a suit and a tie. His specific warning center on the three main arguments. And these are the three main arguments. The 20 million disenfranchised figure. Schumer repeatedly cites data supported by research from the Brennan Center for Justice and the Center for American Progress, showing that up to 21 million eligible American citizens do not have ready, immediate access to a physical passport or a birth certificate. And these are the two main themes that are holding a lot of people back from being able to have their voting rights. Also, the Dodge Squad purge algorithm. Schumer has fiercely criticized a provision that would allow federal screening algorithms, which he claims are being influenced by Elon Musk. Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, and conservative strategists to scrub voter rolls. He warns that millions of legitimate lifelong voters could show up to the polls on election day only to find they've been quietly purged by an algorithm and cannot vote. That's not right. That's not right, and it's not good. Y'all have to hear this. Y'all have to understand this, okay? This is what they are trying to do. By any means necessary. We remember Malcolm X said that. Yeah, well, these people too, by any means necessary, are trying to take our voting rights and powers away. And also the destruction of modern registration. Because the bill mandates in-person documentation, Schumer warns if it effectively outlaws mail-in registration, online registration that is used in about 42 states here in the United States, and traditional voter drives at colleges, community centers, and churches. Okay, they are trying to dismantle all of these things, all of these places and spaces where you used to be able to go and cast a vote, things that you didn't necessarily have to have in order to cast a vote. These are the things they put in position to make it hard for you. They are trying to get us to jump over hurdles to be able to cast a vote. Go ahead, Imani. You fine.
Yeah, I was just going to say one thing that this reminded me of, actually, with this need for ID. And it was nothing to do with voting, but I don't know if anybody knows about the Windrush stuff that happened in the UK under the Tory government. This was a policy that they brought into place where they started deporting people who came from the Windrush was a ship that brought many Caribbeans to the UK. And what happened was they started deporting people if they didn't have valid documentation. So you're talking about people that might have been in the UK from pre-1960. Many people were deported back to Jamaica, because Windrush came from Jamaica. And they were deported after being in the country for, say, 40, 50 years to a land that they may have left when they were very young or whether they were in their teens. And many of them went there. Some people passed away because they were deported to a place that they didn't know, and they had, didn't have ties to family and no money, etc. And the reason why was because a lot of them had not done what was called their nationalization papers. And they hadn't done their nationalization papers to become British citizens, which really was a simple thing that when they had been in the country for 11 years. They had to go and register. Even though these people had wage slips that could prove they were paying taxes, they were legal British citizens, they just hadn't done official registration. And they didn't drive, just like some of these voters didn't have ID, and they were deported. They were deported back to Jamaica. A lot of people, and now the government is having to compensate some of these people, but that was a Tory government policy. If they couldn't prove how they came into the country, and it wasn't that they entered illegally, because a lot of people they had school reports. You know, some people had been here since they were like 5. They had school reports, they had work pay slips proving that they had worked for years. Some of them had been receiving benefits, which they had to, obviously meet certain criteria to qualify. Been in the country for 55 years, some of these people, and were
That's sad.
deported back.
That is so sad. And we see the
I mean,
history.
look it up. Guys should look it up. And that was about not having official identification, because many of them hadn't traveled, they didn't drive.
Yeah. Right.
They didn't have this government ID. I just wanted to point out that thing. It just reminded me of the Windrush situation.
No, that's excellent, because these are the type of loopholes, right? These are the type of loopholes that historically have set people back and hemmed up people. And these are the same type of things they are trying to put in position now to do the same type of thing. It is history repeating itself all over again. And it's not right and it's not fair. You can benefit from people when they come to this country. You can take their free, well, child, we know about this historically, but you can take their free labor, right? You can take letting them work on jobs and workplaces and companies for you, right? All of these things, but then now all of a sudden they're nobody, they mean nothing, they need to get out and go back where they come from. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You don't get to do that. And it's not right. It's like they just keep setting the bar higher and higher and higher and finding anything that they can possibly put in place to make someone feel as though they don't belong. And that's absolutely not true. Like you said, a lot of people, we're dealing with, with this immigration and ICE. We are dealing with them trying to hem up people, snatch up people, and take them to where? What do you mean where they come from? They come from here. They were born here. So
Yeah,
what are we going to
the Windrush, this is how bad it was. These were people that had been in the UK from about between 1948 and 1970. And they came, a lot of people came from Jamaica, but there were also people from other Caribbean islands or countries, such as Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados, and a lot of former British colonies, because the Windrush basically went around the islands, picked up the people that were migrating to the UK. Imagine being in a country from 1948 and even 1970, and then being deported in something like 2018.
Yes, exactly. We got grandparents, parents, aunties, uncles. And as we're moving towards, and I have my final, wrap up or whatnot for all of the topics we talked about politically. But I do just want to go back into one thing, just real quick. Just please let me do it. I can't say how much it hurts me that, I don't care if somebody don't like me. You don't like me, that's fine. You ain't got to like me. It's okay. But the things that sometimes people say, do you really think that I'm a person who sits up here based off of the content I make, the hours that I spent talking about it and doing it, what I stand for, and what I get enraged by, that I'm somebody who doesn't care? When we're talking about immigrants, we're talking about ICE, we're talking about mass deportation. and this my mother included. How? I just don't understand how people can come up with that conclusion that we are on the opposite side of that. That's something that we would want. That's something that we would orchestrate or we would do. That's something that we stand by and we salute and we cheerlead for. It has never been and it never will be. Those type of things, they enrage me. They make my blood boil because it's injustice. It's inhumane. And I've never stood for anything different than that, ever.
But
So
Golden, you see, can I just interrupt you? Those people who are saying it know that you don't stand for that. They don't even believe it themselves. They say it to trigger you because they know that it will trigger you. They're actually just being, they're literally just trolling you because they know by the content that you do that you don't stand for that. And this is why giving them this much, we gave them time today because they made yet another racist video. But giving that trolling crap time, yeah, just like, and I am going to point this out, when someone reproduced a screenshot from somebody who recently passed away with a response that you gave to her because she asked you how a certain person kissed and you said go away, yeah, and this is a grown-ass woman doing this, it's done to troll you. And the mere fact that you're actually using that person's name, yeah, for content and to attack someone says more about you, Nick. And I'll say it, Nick, it says more about you than anything that girl stood for. And that's why I think you're disgusting. That's why I think that you're terrible. That's why I think you're gross. Because you used a response in a chat, and that means that you saved it to post it. Yeah? To try and create a narrative around Golden. And I'm not going to spend long on it. You're a disgrace. You're a disgrace because it was actually just posted out of context without what the response was to. And there was no thought. It was a simple exchange in a chat. You're gross, Nick Mountain Goat. And I will say your name. I will say your name because I was in the chat when Golden responded to that person. Let that person rest in peace because she was 20 times better than you are at your big old age. And let me leave it there.
Yeah. And the only reason why I had just brought that up is because we were talking about these subjects, on these lives, and we do this daily. We talk about politics daily. We talk about ICE. We talk about people being, ripped away from their families. We talk about mothers that are going through postpartum while they are being confined in almost a jail-like setting. Like, that is what I talk about. That is what I care about. And these people will just get out there and try to paint my character and my narrative to be something that is not, just because they don't like me. And it's okay. You don't have to like me. But don't sit up here and tell lies. Don't lie. None of these things can be further from the truth. This is what I fight against, and I speak up and I talk about every day. Don't lie.
Golden, don't let them upset you. Like I said, she's gross. She's disgusting. She's disgusting. You're a disgusting person, Nick. You're absolutely disgusting to even produce that chat message. Leave that girl alone and let her rest in peace. Find other BS for your content. You're revolting. Anyway, let's move to the next video. And I don't want you to get upset.
one? Do you want another one? We don't have one. We're at the end.
What? Sorry?
You wanna do
No,
it?
I don't. I'm not doing any more housekeeping. I was going to make
No,
that
we're
remark.
done. No,
No,
I'm saying
we've got the Gavin Newsom video.
Gavin Newsom. Oh, see, they exited me out of the, well, not they, but whatever. The computer exited me out, so I gotta pull it back up. Hold on, let me get the
Yeah,
Gavin
pull up the
Newsom.
Gavin Newsom's one. No, I was going to make that remark because I saw that posting of that chat. You're a hideous, hideous demon. Hideous. And I don't care. You're hideous. Oh, I've never seen people behave in such a way. It's hideous. And I'll keep saying it. You're hideous. You'll never be the person that girl was. You're gross, Nick. Gross.
Yeah, here it goes. Yeah, they exited it.
Right, we're
Well, not.
ready. Yeah, let's right.
I got
Read out the preview of
Yeah,
this, please. I
I
got
got
to see. Oh,
Sorry,
my
I'm so sorry,
goodness.
but
I got to. No,
really.
it's fine. It's fine. I just don't want you getting upset for idiots like that. She's gross. I'm telling you, I could not believe it when I saw what she did. She's absolutely gross and demonic. Anyway, let's get on to the Gavin Newsom video.
Okay.
You see how they interrupt what we're trying to do, and we don't need to be distracted by that trolling, but because you were going to get upset, I had to bring that up. Imagine, I couldn't believe it, but I'm not going to talk about it anymore.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get this video pulled up, y'all. Give me just a second to get this up on the screen. So basically, what we're going to be talking about in this final video, y'all. I forgot we had this one. So basically, yeah, with Gavin Newsom, this will be coming from none other than Ben Masalis over on the Midas Touch Network. Excellent platform. If y'all haven't checked it out yet, you really should subscribe, become a member over there. Really great energy, really great group of people. But yeah, so he'll be covering this topic here. So Trump panics as Newsom arrives in Washington, D.C. A wave of tactical panic has swept through the Trump camp following the high-profile arrival of California Governor Gavin Newsom in Washington, D.C. As Newsom prepares to conclude his gubernatorial term, his sudden presence in the nation's capital is being viewed by political strategists as a highly aggressive, deliberate signal regarding his future national ambitions. Insider reports that Trump's team is scrambling behind the scenes, recognizing Newsom as a formidable, media-savvy, counterweight, capable of unifying the Democratic base and commanding national headlines. Newsom's D.C. arrival is widely interpreted as the unofficial launchpad for his next political chapter, fundamentally shifting the gravity of the upcoming national landscape. So let's go ahead and get into this video, y'all. We will listen to it together and we can chit-chat and chat if you like. And then we'll pause in between for some commentary. This is about 14 minutes, so we'll do it half and half, okay? All right, so about 7 minutes and 7 minutes. Let me go ahead and get this up. And again,
okay,
shout out to Midas Touch and Ben Masalis. All right, so let me go ahead and put this up and let's get started.
Donald Trump is panicking as California Governor Gavin Newsom arrived in Washington, D.C. to end Donald Trump's term. You see Donald Trump running scared, leaving Washington, D.C. You see California Governor Gavin Newsom arriving in the Capitol building, meeting with Democratic leadership, looking presidential. You see him here meeting with the Democratic Hispanic Caucus. You see him here meeting with other Democratic leadership. Midas Touch Network was one of the first news outlets to be able to speak with Governor Newsom when he arrived in D.C. Here's what he told our Pablo Manriquez. Let's play this clip.
Governor, quick question for Midas Touch.
Yeah.
What do you make of this $1.776 billion fund that
It's
Trump's
a criminal
proposing
enterprise. It's not just corruption. It's not just graft. It's a full-on criminal enterprise, and it needs to be shut down. It needs to be stopped. It's a disgrace. And I count on my congressman to do it. Sorry.
then Governor Newsom gave a very big speech in Washington, D.C., where he called out the corruption and criminality within the Trump regime. Here is what he said. Let's play this clip.
This is a corruption story, plain and simple. Trump administration is a corruption story. It's the great grift, and it's taking shape on a daily basis in every way, shape, form. You didn't even mention the $230 million at the DOJ that he's also trying to extract, not just that $10 billion, now $1.8 billion settlement. We've talked a lot about the $400 million plan, which is not $400 million. It was over $900 million in the Pentagon budget to retrofit the plane. We talk about the 8 large-scale projects he has in the Gulf and around the rest of the globe. The fact that he quite literally used the tariff regime in order to get those deals done, particularly the one in Vietnam. We're talking about the kind of corruption at scale we've never seen in our lifetime, including what Witkoff family's doing, what the Kushner family's doing, the Board of Peace, which is really about getting a piece of the Middle East. All of this happened in plain open sight. You saw last week, and the fact that finally he's delivering on the cell phones, another part of the grift. The good old days when it was just about watches, $100,000, sneakers, $60, and cell phones. This is happening at a scale we've never experienced in our lifetime, and he's just winding up. And where's Congress? Where's Johnson? Where is Thune? Supine, completely complicit in all of this graft and all this corruption. Where are institutions? Also rolling over, also selling out with respect, as you know, and I know I've offended people. I've got a Patriot site, which in and of itself should be reasonably offensive because it mirrors and mocks a little bit of what Trump's doing, but we sell knee pads. And by the way, the last ones sold out. New ones just got in, but they sold out because our universities, remember that, were selling out. Our law firms were selling out. Media's selling out. All those settlements. You got, and the corruption is, what Brendan Carr is doing. What he's doing with the Tenga deal. Nexstar, $6.2 billion. Going to get 80% penetration in our household markets. The cap was 39%. Brendan Carr saying he didn't like the war coverage and is considering now investigating certain media outlets. This is all happening on our watch. Society becomes how we behave. We have agency. We have a responsibility.
And then demonstrating the corruption and that criminality, Todd Blanche gave an interview, Trump's acting attorney general. Todd Blanche gave an interview at the same time you had Newsom giving that speech. And here's what Blanche had to say. Play this clip.
You're the nation's top law enforcement official right now. Would you be okay with people who were convicted of hurting police getting taxpayer money?
Just to be clear, people that hurt police get money all the time. Okay, there's a process where if you believe you have your rights violated, you can apply for funds, you can sue, you can file a claim, you can go to court. In some of those cases, the state, the government, the federal government settles those cases. It's abhorrent to ever touch a law enforcement officer, which is why anytime anybody does that, and it's a federal officer, we'll prosecute them. But that's a completely different question with whether an individual is allowed to apply for a claim. Whether they'll get a claim, depends. I can't, it would not be appropriate for me to talk about absolutes, like absolutely not, under no circumstances. I mean, we can talk about hypotheticals till we're blue in the face, but that really wouldn't be fruitful.
Right. It's almost as if Newsom's ears were ringing, because at that exact moment, California Governor Gavin Newsom, during his speech, was talking about how we need a functioning DOJ, IRS, and FBI. Let's play this clip.
Demand that our institutions need to function again. We need a functioning Department of Justice, a functioning IRS, a functioning FBI, not allow them to become power ministries for the dear leader, which they've become. We need to call all of this out. We need to hold ourselves to a higher level of accountability and expectation as well. And so all of these things will be at play as we move forward. And so it's about action. It's also about passion. I think it was Oliver Wendell Holmes said, as life is action and passion, it's required all of us to share the action and passion of our time at peril of being judged not to have lived. I think the fight matters. A year ago, my sense was in this country that our path back as Democrats, weak and ineffective, the two bubble words, was through the center. think there may be some truth to that. But I think increasingly I'd argue it's through the fight. And people want fighters. People want people with conviction and clarity, not ideologues, open argument, interested in evidence. I don't think we are well served by tearing other people down, but calling out the villains on a tax code, calling out the villains as it relates to the monopolization of capital. And I'm sorry, that's a real issue. I think we would do very well. Talking as FDR talked in 1944 about a new social compact, talking about a floor where no one falls below, talking to that blue collar and white collar worker that are both asking the same question: what happens when I do fall? Will you be there to hold me up? I think those fundamental truths and values will be part of the comeback for the Democratic Party. But that comeback starts with Speaker Jeffries this November.
More from California, Governor Gavin Newsom here, who talks about how we need to save democracy. Again, he's going right into D.C. to bring this message home. Let's play this clip.
30-year-old is not doing better than her father for the first time in history. That is a 5-alarm fire. Doesn't work anymore. We can't tinker anymore. You can't play in the margins anymore. There's a reason Donald Trump's in office, the reason Bernie fills stadiums. They're both right on the diagnosis. And we can't, with respect, fail more efficiently by managing more effectively the decline. Doesn't work anymore. System has to be reimagined. It does. Can't play in the margins. Tax code is broken. I'm sorry. It offends many of you. It is. Inheritance codes doesn't work anymore. It's why we're having billionaire tax, wealth tax debates in my own state and all across the United States. The pitchforks, yeah, they're here. They're not just coming. And we saw with all the populism and authoritarianism that came from that because of our lousy trade deals, and that when looking back, we're all geniuses, but the last 30 years and the rise of these authoritarian tendencies in terms of governance, we ain't seen nothing yet, because now it's the blue collar worker that sounds a lot like 25-year-old white collar workers that I see in San Francisco that are wondering why they're not getting a call back on a job interview. They're sound.
All right, y'all. So that's the halfway mark. We'll pause it right there so we can do some quick commentary. Imani, I'll let you lead with it if you want to go ahead and dig right into this. So what do you think about some of these comments that Gavin Newsom is making, child, and how they are spurred?
Right. Well, yeah, he was scared because he ran as soon as Gavin arrived. That was the first funny part of that. He left town as soon as he saw Gavin arrived in town. Now, it's pretty obvious Newsom is auditioning for 2028 because, they're going to be looking for a nominee, and it wouldn't, it's not strange that he is. It's whether or not his style of politics is going to suit. I do like, there's a lot I like about Gavin. He's tough. He's not afraid to get down and fight and really, really call out the BS. This is what he does, when he speaks. He's obviously talking about the slush fund, and we've said enough about the slush fund without having to go into the detail. But the big thing he's talking about is the corruption that's happening in plain sight, and that Congress and all the major federal institutions are compromised and have become compromised by 47. And he's talking about things that are, you wouldn't think he'd have to speak about. Accountability. He's talking about accountability, civic responsibility, and one of the things he said that was really important, he says a society becomes what it tolerates. So then on the flip side, you got Trump's acting attorney general refusing to rule out taxpayer payouts to individuals convicted of harming police during Jan 6, obviously from the slush fund. And these institutions which normally functioned independently are basically Trump's pets. Everything belongs to him. It's my IRS, it's my DOJ, it's my FBI. He acts as though they all act as though he is their reporting line, and they're meant to operate independently of him. And the other things he says, I agree about. A lot of people used to think that it was important for the Democratic Party to just move to the center to become more palatable to voters. And he is saying he does believe some of that is necessary, but he also believes, so it's kind of a mixed message there, that he says it's not necessarily that you need to move to the center. You have to have conviction in your messaging. And that's what I was talking about earlier. The democratic messaging. What is it? What do they stand for? What are they fighting for? What do they intend to do? We're not clear about what their intent is. It's okay pointing fingers and saying what's wrong, but what are you going to do to make it right? And I think that's what's important, is they're forgetting, as well as pointing out the wrong, you've got to point out what you're going to do to change that wrong. Because there's going to be a hot mess when and if they get back control of both houses. There's going to be a lot of mess, and there's going to be a lot of mess for the next, whoever the next president is, to sort out. So he's talking a lot about the Democratic Party's future, and he's arguing that, and I think he's right, because this is my frustration with Keir Starmer. He's weak and wet, and he sounds it. He doesn't sound like he has any conviction in what he says. And people, unfortunately, people are more into personality than policy. Policy is important, but they want to see someone that has the strength of conviction in what they're saying, that they can believe in. So it's talking about the Democratic Party has to take a long, hard look at itself and sort some of this crap out. It doesn't matter whether you're, very left or left leaning. It's about the conviction. This is how, is it Mandani who's in New York? This is how he won.
Mandani, yeah.
Yeah, that's how he won. Because a lot of people didn't like those policies. But his messaging was clear all the way through his campaign. It didn't matter whether people didn't like what he was going to say, didn't like his spending budget. He was clear about the reasons why he was saying what he was saying, and he reiterated his messaging. And they need to take some pointers from his campaign.
I
And
agree.
that's what I think that Newsom is talking about.
I agree. Like everything you said was like all of the talking points that I was just gonna say, because it's very much like that. Like, us as the people, the citizens, right, in this country, and not even just this country, because you're from the UK, and we talk to very many people from different countries as well. When it comes to this, we're looking for leadership, and we're looking for representation that is honest, integral, and straight to the point. We don't have time to waste. Our lives are busy. We got multiple things going on. We're tired of this ring around the rosy and words with friends type of political governmenting structure that these people have going on. We're done with it, okay? We need people to be straight to the point and keep it real. And they don't, some of these ones up under our administration, when it comes to like Trump and his crew and his team, you can never, just like when Jasmine Crockett, when we watched the very first video, asked a straightforward question. It is a yes or no question. Can you just answer the question? You can't get that out of these people. They won't do it, because the whole fact of the matter is a yes or no question is going to paint them in the light that they need to be painted in, but they refuse to allow themselves to be painted in because they cannot be honest and they can't tell the truth. We are tired of ring around the rosy. We are tired of words with friends. We need structure. We need leadership that is going to be able to be straightforward, and we need people in place and positions that's going to call it like it is when they see it. Not turn the other cheek, not pretend that they didn't hear it, not say, oh, maybe they, no, ain't no maybe. When these people are out here doing the things that they do, saying the things that they say, and I'm talking about politics, but we know it can tie into other things as well, but I'm talking about politics. I'm talking about our political structures. Y'all are not going to continue to play in the people's face like this, whether it's politics we're talking about in America, in the United States, or if it's politics we're talking about in any other country or structure or leadership. The same goes across the board when it comes to the people. We are tired. We're not playing these games with y'all no more. Be very straightforward about what you're here for, what you want to get done. What are you going to do for us? What are you going to do for the people? And when we see enough footage, we hear enough talking points, we see enough legislations being put into place to where it clearly tells us y'all do not care about us. This is about you. This is about your ego. This is about you filling up your pockets. This is about you meeting your quota. This is about you getting your trophy or whatever award it is that you're looking to get. We're not playing around with y'all no more when it comes to that. Be straightforward. Tell it like it is and be honest. Whether you like how the people want to receive it or not. Period. We are done with the games. We are done with y'all playing in our face and think that, we don't see you for who you are, how you move and operate, and what is most important to you. It's not the people. You can go ahead, Imani. Sorry.
No, that wasn't my side. That's my the sign you can hear is my dog sleeping. She snores. She snores a lot. Sorry. No, that's not me. Sorry, I didn't even realize this. The mic was open.
My Chihuahua, he's older now. Child, he's an elder. He snore all the time, and he'll sit there and be snoring with his eyes half open and his tongue hanging out his mouth, child, just snoring on the couch. I said, "Oh my goodness."
So no, you continue with the other half because what we'll do after that is just do the last few talking points and give our closing message because Lord, this was
5 hours, girl, 5 hours, but it's been good. It's good information that is needed, need to be heard, need to be broken down, need to be talked about and made a point of, because this is what we are dealing with. This is what we are trying to survive. This is what we're fighting through. These type of things is what's most important, because without us being able, to live freely and have freedom of our speech, have health care, have actual, leadership in place that really gives a, about the people. Where are we going to be? Where are we going to end up? Okay. You'll be lucky if you even get to strike up a YouTube live and have a YouTube channel. Okay. It's really boiling down to that. There's so many things that's happening that people are taking for granted. We are taking for granted the things that we have in our lives right now. Even though some people say, oh, it's not that great, I need so much more. Yeah, we need so much more. Imagine what life looks like when you have so much less. And we have to also take into consideration, have empathy and compassion for people who have already been living in those type of predicaments, right? And that's one of the things that I've always came out and said. And, because like I said, I like to get to know so many different people on this app, right? I think that's great that we can meet people worldwide, because we don't always get to travel and meet people face to face worldwide, but at least we could do it virtually. And one of the things I always said is, I am not a boo-hoo-hoo, oh my God, woe is me, feel bad for us as United States citizens and Americans because of what we're dealing with and going through right now. Because I know historically and for a very, very long period of time, people that were living here in the United States, us as Americans, sometimes we have privileges and we have things that we are granted that other countries and people are not. And I don't think that's right, and I don't think that's fair. And so I would never expect nobody to sit here and boo-hoo cry because the United States and Americans is going through what they're going through in our country right now. Now, when other countries been suffering like this all the while, going through worse things than what we're experiencing right now. You got to be fair when it comes to that.
Okay,
What do you?
are we ready to do the other half
Go on,
of
let's
the
keep on.
politics? Because you're not getting me for 5 hours tomorrow. You can rest
The
assured
same.
that.
That's a different kind of coalition, the white collar and blue collar coalition. A lot of people are a little frustrated on the stepped up basis where you can just borrow, die, no tax. This is, enough. This is not working. That's why I raised the minimum wage to $25 for healthcare workers, $20 for fast food workers. You still have 20 states. It's $7.25 an hour, and you're subsidizing that. That's madness. And now with these trend lines, we've seen AI is going to detonate all of this. And it's happening in real time, and we're not talking about that. I know we're talking about hyperscale data centers and the utility. That's interesting. But we're missing, a memo from the West Coast, the world I'm living in, absorbed by, consumed by. Something big is happening in the plumbing of the world. And we still have systems that were designed in 1935 that are no longer viable in 25. Unemployment insurance, you think that's going to work and hold up? That doesn't work for clerical workers anymore. You need employment insurance. Universal basic income, you don't need charity. We need ownership. It's universal basic capital. By the way, those are the creators telling you that, not just me. That's what Sam Altman, Dario, and others are saying. They're the ones making that point, and the voters are demanding it. Got to have an ownership stake. You cannot save democracy unless we democratize the economy.
More over here from Governor Newsom calling out state regime media, which calls itself Fox. Listen to what Newsom had to say here. Let's play this clip.
Just disabuse everyone of this California derangement syndrome. The top performing economy of all the 49 others, the top performing economy of all developed nations since 2019, 40% GDP growth. We have no peers. We dominate in every category. You talk about manufacturing, you're talking about my home state. You talk to me about forestry jobs and hunting jobs, you're talking about my home state. You talk about venture capital, come on. $106 billion record-breaking venture capital. You talk about every category. There's not a single category, large-scale economic category where California isn't the dominant state. We have more engineers, more researchers, more Nobel laureates than any other state in the nation. And we are the center of the universe. We're writing the rules of the future. And this is why the right hates us. It's insecurity. It's not our trajectory. You talk about fusion. You talk about quantum. Talk about AI. You're talking about California. 32 of the 50 top market cap AI companies in our backyard, the state of California. So all of these areas, promise, peril, all of that is represented in all of what I just said, that mosaic that is California, the future happening in California often first. America's coming attraction, including the challenges of affordability, housing crisis that appeared in our state decades before. It's now become not just a trend line, but a headline across the United States. The issues of homelessness, poverty, relationship to the cost of housing, the original sin in my state. So much of that now dominant in the consciousness and focus as we relate to the American system today.
Now, this comes at a time when Donald Trump has record low approval, the highest disapproval ever. The latest Fox poll shows that Donald Trump's overall approval is only 39%. When it comes to inflation, Donald Trump's approval is net negative 52%. And of course, just you add up the corruption, you add up the fact that nothing's affordable, the lies, the fraud, the ballrooms, the arches. all of the crap, the reflecting pools, the endless wars, everything this guy's doing is beyond corrupt and horrible. The American people absolutely hate him and want him out. They want him removed. Mike Lindell, though, one of Donald Trump's closest allies, he says that he's going to be asking for about $400 million of taxpayer dollars from Donald Trump's $1.776 billion fund that they stole from the taxpayers. So I think Donald Trump's what he's going to pay Mike Lindell. I mean, $400 million. That's where our money's going. Seriously, this is what Lindell said as well. Let's play this clip.
We actually put into the government a couple months ago through following a process that they told us about then. Now this is new. And we are actually going to get it out there. I don't care which comes first to help my employees that lost millions upon millions of dollars. We had 3 third parties look and do an evaluation of MyPillow, what it was prior to all these attacks and what it is now. And all of them averaged $400 million that it cost the brand and cost MyPillow. And it's just horrific that our own government could do this to the American dream, this company that was built on the American dream and made in the USA. And to have this happen, this will be it will be a blessing to actually get made some of these my employees made whole that were stockholders because in MyPillow, and even a lot of them that have lost their jobs, that were affected then, and all this.
There you have it, folks. Let me know what you think about this. All hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Appreciate.
All right, y'all. So that is actually the final video. So we're going to go ahead and give some of our final thoughts and opinions on this and wrap this up and get up out of here. We have hit the 5-hour mark, y'all. But, good information, really necessary information to bring, to this live and to this platform and update for today. What are some of your final thoughts on all of this, Imani, before we get up out of here?
Listen, right. First of all, let me just talk about some of the positive things that Gavin Newsom said before I deal with that MyPillow guy. Okay. Number one, right. He's raised the minimum wage to $25. Yeah. And he's talking, he emphasized that AI automation is going to reshape the economy. So it requires, looking at to stabilize the economy and otherwise democracy can't survive. Now, obviously, he's talking good stuff and major reforms and talking about the fact that the gap has closed between blue collar and white collar workers. It's much smaller because everybody's suffering under this new regime. Administration, sorry. Everybody's suffering because of the mess that he's made of the economy. Now, let me just talk about this guy that is requesting 400 million from this new slush fund. Basically, this guy had a company called MyPillow. He aligned himself with Trump. He made very public claims about election system, which took him into many legal battles, which ruined his company. He ruined his company. Yeah. He ruined his company. His struggles, his company, his staff losing their jobs is because he aligned himself with Trump and the stolen election scenario. Walked around, he got sued by several people. I can't give you all the details now, but his company basically drove his company into the ground by following around Trump with this stolen election scandal. So because he did that, he's intending to seek $400 million from this discretionary fund because he claims he suffered major financial losses due to what he describes as attacks on his business. So he's seeking taxpayer compensation for
Uh-huh.
believing the BS lie that the election was stolen, walking around and talking about the election systems and Dominion, and I think several people, and I think he got sued by several people, but he's linking his losses to government actions. And he's directly connected to Trump. So he's now claiming 400 million. This is why people are up in arms about this fund. I could say that, you know, Gavin's speech was positive. You know, he's auditioning to be the next nominee. We'll see how that goes. But the outrageousness of that man seeking money for ruining his own company is just beyond me. But
What is it
apart
about?
from that, I've only got
Remorse? Befrienders remorse. I said,
What's
what does he got? Befrienders remorse?
I don't
Child,
know what he's got, but you know,
because you
that's all I've really got to say on this video and this political stuff. What about yourself? I mean, what do you think of Gavin Newsom? What did you think of his speech? What do you think about what he's saying?
Well, I liked his speech. I really did. I like the fact that, and not even just with him, but with many, you know, representatives that we've seen, you know, stand up and speak up and fight back for a lot of the stuff that's going on. And not just for their own benefit, but because they are representatives of their states and for the people. And so we, the people, want to see that. We want to see that type of energy. We want to see that you care. We want to see that you're paying attention. We want to see that our gripes, you know, that we have, rightfully so, when it comes to how some of these individuals are acting, especially when it comes to leadership, which boils down to Trump and the whole administration and the merry band of thugs that he brought in, you know, to this administration to run and rule things that have, in my personal opinion, no right being in the positions that they're in. I love to see what people are, you know, speaking against that and fighting against that, not just for themselves, but for the people. And so it just shows me that there is hope, you know, plenty of it. All of these politicians are not crooked. All of them are not selfish. All of them, you know, in a sense, yeah, we know why he going so hard in the paint. However, he's speaking truth. He's speaking truth to power. He's speaking truth to inappropriate, you know, treatment of not just people in his state and the area that he represents, but in the country, and not even just the country, globally. Hold on, let me get some water. And he's not scared. And that's one of the things that I appreciate the most, is that these people are not scared. We have to walk around in this world with a lack of fear. You know, there's certain things you fear and there's certain things you don't. And I know Trump, his merry band of thugs and his administration, all the mess he does, that's not something to fear. That's something that really you can use for a comedy sketch. And that's, oh, excuse me. I had to get some water. That's my personal opinion, you know, and some people may not agree with that, but that's just how I feel about it. We don't need comedians or, you know, these wannabe comedians taking these places and positions of power to put things in place that they think is going to be in the best interest of themselves. That's not how it works. That's not how it's ever supposed to work. And that's by their own rhetoric. That's by their own setup. Because when it comes to a lot of these structures, governmental structures and political structures over certain countries and areas, this was never voted in by the people. This was a, you know, elite select group of individuals that felt as though they see the best vision for how things should be ran and how things should be controlled when it comes to, you know, ruling over a state or a country or a city, you know. And so this has been historically how it has moved previously, and that is what we see into this day. Like, they just continue to keep that up, you know what I mean? And so when I look at it all, like, even historically, when I, you know, research and see how things were set up when it comes to government and politics, even historically, right? Like, even dating back to like the 1700s, the 1600s, the 1800s. This was never something that was in the beginning orchestrated by the hands of the people or the village or whatever it is you want to call it. These are individuals that thought that they were smarter, they knew better, and they wanted to take on a position of power so they can control a whole group of people, which those group of people would be, you know, whatever village, city, town, or whatever it is that they resided in. And that's literally what they still are currently doing to this day. But the stakes got higher because it started to get real money based, right? And so now we're seeing a lot of this is not just about power. It's not just about identity and title. A lot of it is about money, right? And it's the more money that gets involved in these type of things, the worse that it gets. And I think the people are saying, like, you don't get to speak for me if you're not going to speak for me, period. If people have concerns, if people have something that they feel as though, you know, can be better, not just for their family and their household, but the overall group of people, humans within their area or their close proximity. I think that we're getting to a place where I don't know what the structure is going to start to look like when it comes to politics, but I think that there's going to be a heavy and a major shift when it comes to that, because I think there's too many people, there's too many eyes and ears open, and they don't like, you know, the structure of how things are continuing to go, especially due to the fact that they have gotten worse over time and not better over time. And so I think, you know, the people are done for letting one individual or one group of radical people answer for them and represent them and their needs. I think the people are getting very sick and tired of that. And I think they're going to start standing up and speaking up and fighting back when it comes to that. So I don't know, but that's why I say, you know, during the election time, where I know that we have Republicans, I know we have Democrats, but we also have independents, and they do have some people that run right within that independent party, but it never gets any, you know, traction. It never gets any attention. They almost make it seem like, you know, they don't stand a chance. Well, I think after a lot of this, and basically, you know, with what I am saying and hearing from the responses of the people, whether they have something to say or a gripe to pick with Democrats or Republicans, they're realizing that that whole structure is not working anymore. And I think a lot of people are probably going to, you know, more so geared towards the independent party now, the party that is speaking for the people, the party that actually cares about the people.
It really depends. Here's what I would tell you about why I think people are yeah, I mean, about I believe the highest registration is independent, because you can caucus with either one party or another, and 9 times out of 10 the independent candidate will almost always caucus with one party, either the Republicans or the Democrats. Like Bernie's an independent, but he caucuses with he mainly votes with the Democratic Party. So what people look at is, it doesn't really make a difference. They look at who that independent person normally votes with, and if they're normally voting with the Republican and they support Republican policies, then they're going to just vote Republican. You know, if you see, like with the UK, there are a difference when you have the parties. Yes, you have the 2 main parties, but you also have their policies or their manifesto, and other parties like the Greens have a clear manifesto, and we do proportional representation rather than what you do with the electoral college. So it makes it easier that your MP can get into government separate from it being either one party or another, because we don't have a presidential system. But we'll go into that one day when we do all the civics about how the government works.
Yeah,
Because
I love that. Oh, because we do so many different topics, and one of the main ones that we have been doing is history. I think that's an excellent idea. We need
yeah,
to start doing some lives and some coverage when it comes to civics. Yeah.
but because otherwise, we'll be here till tomorrow morning or my morning. What
Ah,
I'm gonna say is basically to end this show. If tonight or today, because we started this afternoon, for me has showed us anything,
yeah.
it's about the true story of politics is not just written in these performative committee meetings
Right.
or poll numbers. It's written by people who refuse to sit on the sidelines, and we're stepping into a different energy. You're right. We're watching people wake up. We're watching communities demand answers. We're watching lawmakers rediscover their backbone, some of them, and we're watching everyday people from Latino voters to young families to working class communities say, talk to us, not around us. Talk to us, not around us, because we put you there and you
Exactly.
represent us as a people. And that's the power we want to see. That's the movement. That's the momentum. I know the system's messy and the headlines are wild, but underneath all of this, something really is happening that people are paying attention again. People are paying attention again to what's going on in politics. People are asking better questions of their politicians. People are refusing to be taken for granted. And that's how we start a change and a movement. It's not perfect. Nothing's perfect. But what you need first to start a movement is participation. So, what we got to do, and I mean this globally, wherever you are in the world, if you are in a democratic society or a democratic country, democracy is not just about surviving. It's an evolving animal. It's sometimes loud. It's imperfect. It can be unpredictable, and it's absolutely worth fighting for. So, what people have to do is stay informed, and every time you show up, you need to demand clarity in policies, in what you're voting for, and you need to show people that your vote matters. They need to fight for your vote. They really need to fight for your vote. They should not take your vote for granted, no matter what political party you support. And what I would say to people is stay hopeful, stay engaged, stay loud, stay informed,
Yeah.
because the story isn't over and we are not finished, and we are ever hopeful for a better, I know it sounds really corny, for a better tomorrow for everybody out there. And that's all I've got to say on this live. And I can't believe you kept me here for 5.5 hours. You're not getting this out of me tomorrow. I can tell you that for nothing. So that
Yes,
is all I have to say.
yeah.
And I will bid the listeners good night, and I'll leave you to say your final message. And I shall keep mum and wait until you are keep mum. Actually, keeping mum means being quiet.
Oh,
And just
okay,
wait.
okay.
Yeah, I will keep mum. Yeah, that's what it's important to say. And I'll wait until you finish your final message and you've played the final song to take us out.
I
Okay.
mean, It's pretty much straightforward and straight to the point, you know. I just want to thank each and every person who has been with us all of this time here, about 5 hours long. Whether you're in the chat or in the bushes, it doesn't matter where you are. Thank you. I appreciate that for you listening and tuning in. And I know some people will not believe it, but literally when I say I love you all, it doesn't mean in no type of romantic way or anything other than us loving one another as human beings and individuals. And I truly mean that. And I say to y'all, when we look at the news right now, you know, we seen Chuck Schumer and we see President Trump locking horns over billions of dollars, political funds, and voting laws. It can all feel heavy. It's easy to feel a little overwhelmed by the noise and wonder where everyday people fit into the picture. But I want us to take a deep breath and look at the beautiful truth hidden underneath all that friction. Why are leaders moving with so much urgency right now? Why is there such a fierce rush to adapt? It's because the truth is something you can't hide from, you can't run from, but it's something that deep down inside we all know. The true heart and power of this country doesn't belong to a ballroom in Washington. It belongs to you. It belongs to me. It belongs to our communities. All of the frantic energy that we see sometimes in DC isn't a sign of their absolute control. It's a reflection of your immense value, your awareness, your beautiful resilience, and your voice. Your voices are the most powerful forces in the nation. They are paying attention because you are paying attention, and they know that the love, the care, and the accountability we demand for our families can no longer be ignored. So please don't let the headlines dim your light or make you cynical. The fact that the future is being fought over so passionately means that the future is still completely unwritten and something that is very important and valuable. And guess what, y'all? It belongs to us. Our only job is to stay informed, keep lifting each other up, and lead with love. Stand tall, keep our hearts open, stay royal in our integrity, and never forget how incredible we matter. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your time and energy with us today, leading into this evening and tonight, you know, respectfully, whatever time zone you're in. I really appreciate your time. But I want us all to be able to take care of ourselves, look out for our neighbors, and we will see y'all on the next stream. So blessings and love. This is Golden and Imani and Mama Warrior. And we are out, y'all. Until the next live, which is going to be tomorrow, because we done for today. Well, you never know with me. But anyway, we're done with this one, y'all. Thank you so much for all of your time. We really appreciate it. Everybody have a great rest of the day, afternoon, evening, or night. And we will talk to y'all on the next live. All right, y'all. We out. We're going to end it with a bop per usual. Bye.
They don't know her like I do. Nah. Golden. She moved through the city with her hair held high. Pretty brown skin with a storm inside. Everybody see the glow, they don't know the pressure. Smile so warm, but her heart no weather. Late nights riding while the skyline blur. Trying not to cry when the memories occurred. Had to learn fast, everybody ain't loyal. Some people love you long as they control you. Now she move careful, energy expensive. Too many fake vibes hiding in the friendship. Used to give love with her hands wide open. Now every scar got the whole vibe frozen. They don't know her like I. No, they don't know. She goes by golden, soft voice, deep soul, hope or glowing. She goes by golden. City lights dancing with her heart stay open. Long dark roads, but she still stay focused. Everybody watching, but they don't really know. She goes by golden. Too much grace with the games they throwing. Real love, rare, so spirits they got it. Beautiful soul, but the pain left marks in it. Mirror to tell the truth when the lights go dim. All the things she carry weight heavy within. She survived nights she don't even speak on. Still finding peace what the whole world ain't wrong. Funny how the love disappear when you're healing. Funny how the fate come around when you win. Now she trusts God more than people intend. Just cause smiles hot than being hidden in the big. She's still soft-hearted but she way less naive. Can't keep pouring love where there's nothing received. Still dancing slow through the hurt and confusion. Trying not to lose herself chasing illusions. She survived the fire. Still glowing through the smoke. Still sad. Still dangerous. Still chosen. She goes back golden. So deep made the whole room notice. Heavy lies couldn't break what was chosen. Still standing tall while the whole world folding. She goes back golden. Heartbreak turned to pains in the matter. Now the tears got rhythm when she's singing. And they still don't know her like that. They still don't know her like that. Spend so much time looking for love in strangers. Spend so much time. Spend too much time letting outside voices shape the mirror. But at the end of the night, when the lights fade, when the city cried, when the tears dried, we still got